Good morning, World Wide Web. We are live in the Rock Wolf Studios from behind the not-so-golden microphone here in far north Queensland, Australia, the island continent. It is a Moonpie Monday, and it is now Moonpie Monday in the UK, Europe, and Africa. Still a Super Sunday in the USA and Canada. And Jack PS9, welcome to the stream. First in chat, second in chat, third in chat. And the SpectreBot is AWOL. Even though it says he's connected and ready. But shoutouts don't appear to be working. That's all right. I can easily clear the redeem. That's no worries. Speaking of which... let's see, collab settings, yep. And where is my... how come I don't have a panel for that?
Hey, any updates? You mean about UQ's newly developed biodegradable fertilizers that keep microplastics out of the environment by using biopolymers, ensuring food security via next-gen cost-effective crops? No, about tonight.
Holy freaking hell.
Smelly
God, I
retainer?
cannot wait to find out where that's
Keep it
coming from.
fresh.
Hey, Chris
Polydent Retainer and
0228.
Mouthguard Cleanser removes 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria. Refresh your smile.
3 ads? Where are those coming from? It would be one thing if I was watching somebody's stream. But I'm broadcasting. And the thing is why don't those run at the beginning of the stream? Yeah, they are super loud. Some of them are. And some of them are fine. Because there's people that record ads have no clue about volume control when they're recording. Yeah, blew my ears off. I'd take any help, Jack. I would take any help. But honestly, I have gone through every single source in every single scene that I have. And there is nothing that I can see that is either Twitch or YouTube related that would maybe pull an audio ad in. It's just blowing my mind. And it's really killing me because I do not want to start a brand new from scratch profile setup for streaming and adding everything in. And still adding everything in doesn't mean I'm going to eliminate that source. It's just... where the hell is it coming from? If I just knew where it was coming from. I never had that problem before. Well, see, that's the other thing. So I'm looking at the audio mixer in OBS. Mic, Blerps, desktop audio, Discords, stream element alerts, neon alerts, shout out clips, sound alerts, Spotify, stream stickers, Twitch alerts. It's coming through desktop and nowhere else. But I got nothing on my desktop. I'm not watching other streams. As a matter of fact, the only other stream that I'm lurking in right now, I'm doing it on my laptop, which is not connected to my PC or OBS, which it didn't come from there because there was no ad running when that happened. It just blows my mind. How's Chris doing today? And of course, I'm looking at Spectre. Spectre says it's running. I'm gonna refresh. Let's see what happens. We should get another join notification from, there we go. Now let's do a shout out for Jack and see what happens. Nothing triggered. Nothing triggered. And of course, the Discord bot does not show that we are live, but we are live. All right, hang on. Just going to do a screen capture real quick. For GFA. Sure, he's at, I'm guaranteed he's at work right now. All right, hang on. We got to try. Let's try something else. The other commands that I normally run. Time worked. Weather worked. But shout out does not work. That's messed up. Okay, anyway, enough of the interruptions. Let's get on to what the stream is all about, and that is the game at hand. So I played around a little bit with the digital circuitry in the game, and I managed to get it working on a simple rudimentary level. But I wanted to show you that real quick, how that works. It's actually quite fun and quite simple. Wow, it'll be simple for all of you. It was hard for me to figure it out because my brain cell struggling. But I got it worked out. And it works pretty good too. Especially with storage, which I miss some whiskers. I have no idea. Why do whiskers grow right under your eyelid? I don't understand that. You know how hard it is to shave soft skin that moves around like that? I hate it. I hate it. Whiskers all the way up to my lower eyelid. You've been programming in assembly? Yes, because Stationeers. Yep. Stationeers, I like that because it is far more in-depth, far more reminiscent of my days working in electronics. Oh, right. This is the other thing we're going to do today. So I'll show you the circuitry in a little bit, but we've got 100 robots in this How ridiculous is that? 100 robots in this big ass warehouse. That's the capacity. That's the capacity. So it stopped loading more robots in. The air traffic has stopped and is parked above waiting to deliver because the assembly line is full on. Let's do something real quick. And let's change this to 20 right off the bat. Turn that off. Okay. All right, Jack, no worries. Thanks for the alert, mate. $200 gigabytes of games to install. Oh my God. Did you get a new drive? Is that why you're reinstalling games? Oh, the wife's gonna be right. Righto. Boy, that's hated. That is hated. Oh, this is it right here. Okay, so this is the cool thing. Alright, so we have torso, head, arms, legs being manufactured. And I'm sending them all down here. Oop, into this one storage container. So we have 80 arms, 80 heads, 80 legs, and 80 torsos. So the storage container is not filtered because you can't filter the slots. So when you look at them, you can't filter these slots and tell it what's what. But interestingly enough, once I set up these data cables connected to each loader, and there's only one data port for storage devices or for any device. There's only one data port. You can't tell where it is when you place it. So you have to place down a storage unit and grab a data cable, and then it will highlight the corner that the data cable is on. Then just remember that, pick it up and rotate it until it's next to wherever you want it to be at. But anyway, now, when you look at the loader, at the bottom of the V-tab it says Alt left mouse button is configure the data. So if we do Alt and L, or left click, you can choose enable based on condition, and the condition I said is robot torsos less than or equal to 79. The reason it's 79 is because if you put 80 in there, it'll allow 81 into the storage. So the storage allows one more than whatever your condition is set to. So I put it at 79, and it stops when there's 80 in the storage unit. You can pulse move items, and you can set filters based on signal data. So that's what I did for the loader. Now for the storage itself, Oops. Oh, sorry. That's that was it. That was all there was to do to configure the data, which means it would only allow 80 parts in. So that's one row, and then the output, of course, I only wanted legs to output and go into this elevator. So I used a filter, legs, arms, head and torso, and then sent them to their individual elevators. Now the thing is, I could just collect these up. We'll get the view screen so you can see what's going on the storage itself. How can I take those off of there and get you to see? Oh, here. Can't get close enough. Yeah, I can. Almost. Shoot. Oh, I know how. No, I can't change my view doing that. Sheesh. Well, it fills in so fast, it's not going to happen anyway, because the inputs are saturated. Anyway, the way it works is, even though these are saturated inputs, if the torso's drained out of the storage cabinet because they got used up and there was nothing on the input because they're too slow to input into the storage, the nice thing is those would clear out and none of the other three parts would bleed over into that storage line, into that row, because they're set at 80, which is one complete row, and won't go over that. So there's nothing to bleed over into the others, so it doesn't get confused and it doesn't get it doesn't turn into a bloody mess. Is basically what it is. So if parts go out, it doesn't matter whether there's parts to refill them or not. The storage will actually wait until there's more coming in to store them in that row. So it really works. And here's the interesting thing. Each one of these data cables, so I hooked up the first one and I just went up and over down inside because it doesn't connect at the front, it just connects at the top. Set those conditions. So I set the conditions on this loader, and then I set the conditions on this loader, which was the robot head. Then I set the conditions on this loader, which is the robot arm, and connected all the data cables at one point, right there. And the system keeps that information separate. It doesn't confuse them. So all that signal information is going in, all four of those signal conditions are going into the storage. And it's working perfectly. So that was just one simple usage of the data cables. And I haven't even used the, I haven't used any of the other stuff yet. The buttons, the levers, memory cells, processor. All I used was the cable to start with. There's evaluators, RAM, processor, data source. I'm not sure what that is. But there's a very small bit of information in here on data cables. So you can stop a loader from working when you get a certain number of items in a storage container. So if you get 200 in here, boom, stop. Allows to perform arithmetic operations on signals. Yeah, that's what processors do. Allows to evaluate and process conditions. Yeah. So did they put an example? No. All machines are configured using a tablet and opening data system config frame. So button, lever, evaluator. So it has all this in here. There's just not a whole lot of examples of anything. You can also set conditions for like batteries, large and small batteries. I'm sure we can do a lot with solar and battery power there, or even steam power. But anyway, so got that working. We can see how that works in a rudimentary way. I also went ahead and expanded that's how we got so many robots, expanded the robot production. Plenty of legs, plenty of arms. Head and torso is doing just fine, so what I need to do now is bring a few sales warehouse over, so we're gonna duck down and see what's in our storage. There it is. That's not it. Should remember that it's always the center ones. There we go. No sales platforms. Might play a little bit of Ship Graveyard 2 today also. Really, I got no sales. There's one. All right, we'll use that one for right now. See if we can do this blind without a target in front of us. Oh, jeez. How about that? I nailed it. Jack, I just reread what you wrote there. So you still have like 200 gigabytes of games to reinstall. So been reinstalling like 500 gigabytes per second of games since noon. So 500 gigabytes, 200 gigabytes. So you got done in about half a second, just under half a second. Let's take this one here. And take that one out of there. I know what's going to happen as soon as I remove this. We're going to lose 100 robots. It needs to be empty before you can demolish it. Really? What does unset mean? Are you connected through Wi-Fi, Chris, or through Ethernet cable? Generally speaking, you shouldn't have to worry about thunderstorms with a laptop because they're mostly Wi-Fi. They run a battery. Oh, wow. Ah, okay. Yep, Chris, that would be a problem. You can get spikes of electricity through phone and Ethernet cables. Okay, has to be emptied, so how do we empty it? Unset doesn't seem to work. That's stupid. I cannot destroy 100 robots. Ms. Masked Bandit, how are you doing this morning? Or evening, or afternoon. Happy time zone. We're all good in the down under hood on this Moonpie Monday. Oh, look. Is that the back? Is that the head of a robot? Oh, no, that's just the hangar system. Alright, now can we do it? Nope. Can we... Why would you have a function to unset or reset if it doesn't work? And of course, wow. How do I get 100 robots delivered? All right, tell you what. I think that the storage on the space station is 100. So whenever we expand, we should be able to send 100 more up. So let me just put in one more cargo bay and see if those 100 will move along. We should be allowed some way to completely destroy something. Oh, you know what? I bet I could have gone into creative mode and destroyed that warehouse. Alright, so we need another cargo bay. Got 30 watts available. It only takes 20 watts, so that's fine. Oh, how long does that take? 10 minutes? Alright, that won't be too bad. Well, that's what I was hoping to, but there's no way to, sadly, there's no inventory management like you have on these other warehouses, you know? Like the maintenance robots have managed inventory, right? They also have destroy content. Now, this is for construction materials. Why wouldn't you have that on the sales warehouse? For maintenance drones, you can manage the inventory. 1,000 of them, take them out. That's great. Not for the robots. No, you can't put the robots into inventory. So those six segments of beltway that had the robots hanging over them, I deleted those 6 segments, and what it does is it disassembles the robots and puts those robot parts into your inventory. So there's as far as the inventory goes, there's no such thing as a completed robot. So when I disassembled those assembly line rails, 6 of them, they all had 6 robots on them, so I got the parts for all 6 robots, or 5 robots, whatever it was. Yeah, so there's no complete robot model in the game other than what's hanging on that assembly line. And now, even though we had inventory management for the maintenance drones, the thing that kind of upsets me is they don't have the same user interface for the robots, service robots. So why doesn't it have manage inventory on here? I can't pull them out. How stupid is that? And this unset or reset doesn't work. I've clicked it 100 times, like an idiot. But there's no manage inventory. See, if I take this guy, says pick up object from assembly line. Hang on. So we got 5, 10, 10, and 5. So if I take him off the assembly line, now I have 6, 10, 10, 6, 2, and 2. Two left arm, or left arms, right arms, left arm. There shouldn't be any differentiation. Oh, it's a stack of 10, that's why. My bad. But anyway, yeah, we can't pick up a complete robot. God, but that's so annoying. You know? Why would you take the time and trouble to put inventory management on the maintenance drones, and all the other ones have inventory management, destroy product, but not this one. How about just a destroy product? So I can move the freaking warehouse. Because what this means is I cannot move this warehouse until it's empty. See the little message up there at the top? That's unforgivable. Unforgivable. I'm sorry, but I'd be popping into the devs' little lunch routine during the day and saying, hey, what are you guys doing? Why are you eating lunch? You've got a UI to fix. Because somebody wasn't doing their job. And they got paid for it. Somebody got paid to not do something in their job. How long is this gonna take? We should get some cargo ships coming over here as soon as that cargo bay is complete. I like how the other cargo ships are just parked there nicely. Oh my God, I am gonna kill those kids next door. You know what? Kids are in school right now. Peanut's in school. There's kids next door riding their go-kart around. I don't know if you can hear it or not. But they're not in school. Riding go-karts. Anyway, give me 10 seconds, be right back. right, okay, cool. Well, shouldn't hear it now. I just went out there and complained like a grumpy old man and said, hey, I can't stream with you guys being so loud while you're skipping school. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to go over, see what's taking so long. I'm pretty sure 10 minutes went by a long time ago. We should have 12 cargo bays up there. This is faster. And they're all here, too. Oh, hang on. Some just delivered. So it must be finished. Yeah, I got 12 cargo bays. That's done. Oh. No, it's not done. 82%. Getting there. Rocket's impatient. So, people may be wondering, why did I build that platform as high as you could? That's as high as you can build in this game. You can't build any higher than that. Why did you build that platform right there? This is the center of the platform. It's also the center of the map, or the world. So if you look at the top left where my compass is, I'm at 0, 0. Unfortunately, at this stage of the game, this is where every one of these cargo ships that carry maintenance drones and robots, they all come to this location and go straight up to the space station. Even though the space station is painted in the sky over there, which it will stay there no matter where you go on the map, it stays in that position. It's basically east-southeast of 0. But that's where it stays. But this is where every one of these ships will come here to go up to the space station to deliver maintenance drones and service robots. Yay! Alright, that means that means a ship should be taking off. There it goes. There they go. So he's taking robots up right now. Service robots. Couldn't see him dock, but he dropped them off. Now he's coming back down to get more, or dropping off what was in his cargo hold. So I guess they hold 100 each. So he must have went and got 100 more. And of course he'll sit on the... Oh, again. Three of them. Four of them. Five. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he's going to load up with... Oh, they're bringing down the Firmalite for the sale of those 100 robots. Yeah. Now they're all delivering the currency. Which, of course, can't be delivered because... Yeah, we got room for them. Now we don't. So we get paid with Firmalite bars for the service robots and the maintenance drones that we manufacture. Okay, so that should be... That should be an empty warehouse. I am going the wrong way. I wish this map would be bigger. A bigger view. Three. Really? Three. Why would they deliver 97? That's even more annoying. That's even more annoying than not having a destroy button. Why would they deliver 97? That's why I disconnected to begin with, to prevent extras going in there. Sales storage, 1,200. Maintenance drones, 1,300. Really? 13 cargo bays. That's 100 drones per cargo bay. $13 cargo bay. Doesn't even say what it'll hold, but oh, right there, 1,300 each. 3 more robots. Hello. Oh, there it goes. What? The other 3 get delivered? That was a bit of a delay updating. Those other 3 better be gone. No. That is freaking annoying. And there's no sense in putting 7 more in case it's 10 per cargo ship. Because there's no room on the space station now. Oh my god. Alright, there's got to be a solution to this. This is absolutely ridiculous. What a freaking game limitation. And the whole reason for moving the warehouse is because I want to put this splitter right there, and it's 1 row too wide. 1 row. So I could move all of this back 1 row and adjust the belts 1 block back. Or I could just move the warehouse. I opted to move the warehouse. Oh, hang on. What's going on? Streamer. G-Man's working on streamer. Or on Spectre. Was that just now? No, that was 11 p.m. last night. Okay. All right, let's restart. Restart the beta bot. We should get an announcement in chat. There we go. Discord bot. And start the Discord bot. Oh, ads. Wow. Discord bot is now running. Let's see if it updates my status from not live to live. It probably won't, but that's not so much an annoyance. Let's do Jack. Shout out still does not work. Let's try that. Still doesn't work. Sent him a message to see if he sees that. Okay. All right, G-Man's taking a look at that. It's weird that some commands work and some don't. God, that's a lot of work to be moving those back one tile. 3 robots. Unbelievable. Yeah, if you take a look at the logs, I tried everything. I tried shout out several times. And that's right, no welcome message. But time and weather works. And the bot, when I restart the bot, it announces in chat just fine as well. And Discord, you know, of course that one's not as important, but hang on, did I get a welcome message? Hang on. Nope, just Stream Elements. Yeah, just, and it announces the ads were running. Just the shout out command and welcome message that I can tell so far. Yeah, so when I everything said not running this morning when I went into the dashboard. So I started it up. And of course, the Discord bot says it's running, and version 4.6b was running with a PID. And I did the, you know, start all the bots and then start my stream. But then I did several refreshes on the beta bot. And I did a restart of the Discord bot, which probably won't make a difference. Because the stream's already running when I did a refresh. Or a restart. Wonder why solar panel add an additional 25, but cargo bays take 20 megawatts. That's weird. So all of these service bots that I'm making are going into the cargo storage. We can't sell them because I had almost 1 million Fermilite bars. We're down to 178,000. But we can't make it. I mean, I made the robots, but I didn't have any storage for them up in the space station. That's why we're expanding storage and expanding power just to get room to move the robots up there to get the Fermilite bars used up so we can get paid in Fermilite bars. It's kind of a vicious little cycle. So our currency is Fermilite bars, We get paid in Fermilite bars, which the space station only holds so many Fermilite bars. I don't even know what that limit is right now, because there's nothing that says what the cargo bay limit is for Fermilite bars, just what the storage is for service bots and maintenance drones. So 100 per. I don't know how many I have to make of these in order to use up the Fermilite bars. You know what I could do? I could just delete them. Oh, sorry. Beta, right? Restart beta. Restarting the beta. Announcement coming. There we go. Yep, no worries. Now it's working. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do, Chris, as much as I hate to do that. It's always a typo, G-Man. That's why we have proofreaders and code sweeping. All right, let's see. My Fermilite is stored. Where do I store the Fermilite? Up here. I actually don't have to. Yeah. That's 6,400. That's 6,400. But got 178,000 up there. That's 17 times deleting. Huh. There it goes. Yay. Oh, Jack's role did not update. Oh, maybe that's why. Jack's role didn't update in Discord. Maybe that's why the shoutout didn't. Oh no, you said it was a typo. Never mind. Why didn't Jack automatically get? And of course, we didn't see the Discord announcement along in the stream here that Jack joined Discord because the bot was offline. Why didn't Jack's role update? Cazanier's not updated either. Oh yeah, he is. He's streamer. He's red. Red is streamer. Yeah. Oh, oh, I know why. That's right. We have to manually add Discord members to something. We have to add their name to some list so that members, they're announced in the members streams as going live. So far we've got Death Dragon, El Widow, you, and Mr. Benyana. Those are the only 4 streams that get announced when they go live in Discord for some reason. Just gonna scroll back a little bit. See if anybody else got announced. Yeah, so far for the entire month of August, those are the only 4 streamers that are getting announced in Discord for going live. GFA, Firehammer, El Widow, and Mr. Benyana, and Death Dragon. 5. Actually, I'm going back all the way past July. Those are the only 5 streamers that have ever got announced. Why is that not working? Oh, hang on, let me catch up in chat. What about the old people? We've got so many streamers in our Discord. Casimir, Death Dragon, a Widow, Elvira, not Elvira, Game Detective, Nemo, Terex, Mananaz, Zothan, Olin, Fire Moose, King Cam, Music Man Loxton, Sour Haggis, yeah, we need to find a way to have them at, once they get a role as a streamer, that role is automatically added to the list somehow. Whee! All right, so that should have filled back up. Yep. So I can only delete 6,400. 6,400. So that brought us from 178,000 down to 172,000. That's gonna take forever. All right, that's not a very good solution. We'll have another cargo bay under 4 minutes. Hopefully that unloaded that last 3 robots. That would be ideal. Doubt it did though. It's still showing 1,300 up there. Auto save. We're gonna do a save also. This is really annoying. They better come and collect. I can connect up to deliver 7 more, but that's... All right, yep, hang on. Ready and running. Oh yeah, that wasn't working either. All typos, huh? I didn't even notice that that wasn't working also. Oh, the welcome message you were talking about was not to the stream, but for members, chatters, viewers. Cool. All right, now let's see if these last 3 robots get picked up. Too bad that's just a painting. You can't see the additional solar panels added on. Can't see the additional cargo docks added on. That would be so cool. Okay, we got 3 more here. Come and get them. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Test, test. What did it do? Ah, okay, yep. Some other one does that too. The points, the Twitch points leaderboard. Fire hammer! I forgot to do GFA also. Oh, yeah. That's right. Fire hammer. Of course, I already knew that. The whole first beginning mission is repair the space station. So they have a different paint job that goes up there, depending on what you've accomplished as far as repairs go. But once it reaches fixed stage, there's no other paint jobs to show more solar panels, more cargo docks, you know, beyond the 3 initial ones. Yeah. Which is a shame. It should be, I mean, if it's interactive with your achievement. So for every one of the achievements that you do to bring the space station back online that gets accomplished, a new paint job goes up there. So, you know, why not have a paint job for every additional solar panel and cargo dock you put up there? I mean, it's just a matter of, you know, one more solar panel, one more cargo dock. Still no cargo ships. What's going on? Oh, there it goes. Oh, hang on. Nope, they're delivering Firmalite. My bad. So now we've got 14. So apparently it will not deliver 3 robots. Let's see if it'll deliver 10 robots. Yeah, I might have just misspoke myself when I was talking about that. I was actually talking about the paint job does change initially for that. Yeah, indeed. Agreed. It is, yeah, like the issue I'm dealing with right now, the warehouse. The stupid warehouse. Cannot delete a warehouse with robots inside. No inventory control. No delete product. No way to move it. And there's no indication as to what the minimum delivery load is. There's no indication as the, finally. God, that was a lot of freaking work. All that just to add a goddamn splitter. Is the splitter programmable? Huh. The splitter worked without power. How about that? How about that? No power required. Can you configure it? Medium. Medium. How about off? I only want it to go one direction. Oh my God. That is foul. That is foul. How about on off? That is absolutely foul. Oh, now it's backwards. What? No, it's not backwards. Can't come straight off a splitter. Hold on. Oh, look at this. See, it's gotta manage inventory on the button until... Whoa, hang on. Are there two different kinds of warehouses? I never noticed that before. And I don't believe that would be right. They look identical to me. I swear to God, they look identical. They look absolutely freaking identical. Except for that right there. Sales warehouse. Sales warehouse assembly line. Oh my God. Stop it! Stop it! Monday. Monday, Monday. Oh, there they are. I was looking for those. Oops. What? It gave me 3? What? There we go. Been doing pretty good hitting this target without any things on screen to hint where it's at, other than somewhat southwesterly. Count and point. The bot can count and point. Tell it to point northwest. Tell it to point at Firehammer. He did it. Fine, we'll just leave one there to be blocked. All right, we need somebody to something. Just going on in without setting any configuration at all. As many as 200. Oh, so much for splitting on high priority to the left. That doesn't look like it's splitting at all. What a jamoke. Splitter. Not splitting at all. Oh my god, I think we're gonna switch. We're gonna switch to shipyard, or dang it, what's the name of that? Ship Graveyard Simulator. I'm fed up with this. Priority or not, it's not splitting. It's not splitting at all. Same priority, left and right. I don't want it to split only when saturated. That's BS. What the fuck does that mean? Low priority and medium priority causes it to split 1 and 1. And you can't shut one off at all. Why does that work in that direction, but the reverse doesn't work? What the living fuck? I'm not playing an old version save. Everything's backwards compatible. 100%. So we'll get a split only if the forward is low and one of the two others are high. Yep. But if forward is anything other than low, no. If the priorities are exactly the same, it stops splitting. 100%. The split only works if one of the left or rights are higher than the straight through. Oh my God, that is fucked up. I'm sorry. That's fucked up. Doesn't have anything to do with the save fire, but thank you. It's just the way, yeah, it's just the way they program these, Chris. It's the code. It's the freaking code. Uh-oh. Arms be coming, but we're out of arms and legs, yep. Okay. Yeah, that's messed up. Number one, that's not what a splitter does. You put a splitter in, and it splits in all of the directions that you have turned on. It's an on-off. It needs to be an on-off. Either on or it's off. Do not split any in that direction, or do not split any in that direction, or do not send any straight forward. That's how splitters work. Not low, medium, high bullshit. And of course, these also need an inventory management on here. These need inventory management and a destroy inventory just like the other ones do. Oh, Fire, talk to me about that. I actually have fire. I actually have the throughput of the torso and the head too high. So we've got too much of the single item parts, and I've got the throughput or the priority timing of the arms and legs too low. So legs arrived and arms arrived, but arms not frequent enough and legs not frequent enough to compensate for the fact that these take 2 arms and 2 legs versus 1 torso and 1 head. So I can easily balance that by increasing the frequency of visits for arms and legs. And that's at 69, that's at 57, so that's about 60 average each. So I just need to step up step up the frequency. But we already knew so we're at 480 seconds there. We already knew that using 1 target pad, we were going to have to adjust the timing. Right, so we have the head and the torso set at 480 seconds rotation. The arms and legs are set at 60 seconds rotation. Yep, 60 seconds rotation. So that's based on how fast they're going to use those parts versus... also taking consideration travel time. So I haven't figured out what the travel time is. So that's what we're compensating right now, is travel time. So this bad boy's full up, 30 seconds to go. And then this boy is a few seconds behind. Got 50 full up and 50 seconds to go. These guys are going to sit here until another arms and legs delivery happens. So in this case, about another 130 seconds or 2 minutes. And same with this one. Just over 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. So the timing mechanic for cargo is more or less a first come, first served basis, so I don't think a 1 target pad for 4 arms would ever work correctly no matter... Yeah, it can. That's right. The only difference... I mean, I disagree all the way up to the very last part. Where you said if 1 overfills or 1 saturates, none of the others can be delivered. That part I agree with 100%, which is why the timing of the delivery is important, which prevents any particular one from overfilling, saturating. That's what the timing is for. Hang on a second, I'll get that bot. Let me just report it real quick. Oh, G-Man got it. Thank you, G-Man. I'm just also going to report it to make sure it's All right, so denied and banned, and no, I agree on the last part of that. I agree on the last part of that. Hey, Tholan, how are you doing this morning? Well, I think I'm pretty much done futzing around with Foundry. Might head on over to Ship Graveyard. Hey, shout out worked. Woohoo. But the project was well, I'm making robots too fast, for one thing. I don't have enough storage. I can't create enough storage up on the space station to hold all the robots that I'm making, because I'm making them, one production line's too much. And then playing around with the logic, so I wanted to show you, I showed the folks earlier. Yeah, exactly. There needs to be a way, well, there needs to be a way to either store the service robots until they're sold. Thermalite bars are what you get paid. That's the currency. So every time a service robot or a maintenance drone is sold on the space station, you get paid thermalite bars. I started with almost 1 million thermalite bars up on the space station before they... Crap, I'm way past where I need to go. Before they fixed it and limited the number of thermalite bars that can be in storage on the space station waiting to be paid to you. So I've made enough robots to spend those thermalite bars, and I'm down to about 178,000. And it's still more than whatever the space station cap is, which nobody knows what it is because that information can't be found anywhere in the game. So, yeah, it's, so now what I did was I just split the output of the robot line into 2 different warehouses. The warehouses only hold 100 frickin' robots. These massive Drax turd size warehouses only hold 100 robots. That's it. Yeah, and the thermalite warehouse only holds 1,000 bars. That's right. So anyway, we're done dicking around with the warehouses, and then we found out that the splitter system is AFU, FUBAR. Instead of on-off, they have these low, medium, and high, which screws everything up. Chris, you've got 2,000? How many cargo bays do you have, just out of curiosity? You made a guide on that? You got 2 cargo bays? Alright, so it sounds like 1,000 thermalite per cargo bay. But it only says robots, or maintenance drones and service robots. Which apparently hold 100 each. But that makes sense that the thermalite bars is 1,000 on the space station if the warehouse holds 1,000. The thing is the maintenance drones warehouse holds 1,000 maintenance drones, But the, gotta wait for it to render. But the service robots only holds 100. Here's my thing. Maintenance drones, 1,000. Okay. Service robots, 100. Maintenance drones, manage inventory. Service robots, no inventory management. Okay? Here's the other problem. Now remember, maintenance drones were 1,000 in the warehouse, right? In the cargo dock, maintenance drones, 100 per cargo dock. Service robots, 100, which matches their warehouse, per cargo dock. Nothing about currency, Firmalite bars. I'm down, I got it down to 163,000. We're going down as I spend them, making robots. Where is... See where it says product storage capacity? Oh, there's currency. 14,000. Do you see how freaking far I have to go down? Oh my god. I gotta top up my coffee. Be right back. Oh, it's break time. I'll wait one more minute. There it is, hidden away. Thermite bar is 14,000. They could put it down here. They've got sales storage. Why not currency storage? Right out here to the side. 14,000 cap or max. 100 per bay. You know? These are 1,000 per bay. Why not 1,000 per bay, 100 per bay, 100 per bay, you know? Anyway, that's where we're at. I got a buttload of Firmalite bars to use up to bring down. All right, let's see. All right, so the storage holds 6,400 plus 1,000. So that's 6,500 plus the cargo ship. 200 times 10 is 2,000, so 64, 74, 94. With only one warehouse, Tholen, I'm holding 9,400 Firmalite bars. So warehouse, storage, and you know what? I would not ever build more than one warehouse for these Firmalite bars. I would never build 5, let alone a second one. Because this big ass Drax turd size warehouse only holds 1,000, and this logistics container holds 6,400. Dang it. Ugh. There we go. Oh, travel time. Travel to the space station. Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. I can't, I mean, Permalite got bars go into making service robots and science. You know, I can't make the service robots too fast because I've got no freaking storage for them up on the space station, and I got 14 cargo bays. And I don't need science because, you know, my science is all done. They did not drop Science Pack 6 on the last patch. Well, if you put the guide in on Steam, just pop a link into your Steam guide. We're on ad break right now. I'm gonna go get some coffee, do a stretch and a bio break, and I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Okay, we're back. And I just realized I just fucked myself because I just remembered why I was needing two warehouses. I've screwed myself now because we were going to do a test. We were going to do a test with the painting. Damn it. Now the warehouses are full and got no freaking cargo space on the spaceship. Dolan, you gonna throw us a Steam link to your guide into chat there? Oh, it's YouTube. Oh, I thought you did a Steam guide. Never mind. Yeah, you can't do a Steam link with a... I mean, yeah, do a YouTube. I thought you did a Steam guide. There's a whole section of Steam guides in the Steam community. Had me confused. Damn. They're freaking full already. Alright, let's see if I can... I'm gonna shut this off anyway. If I shut that down, of course it's got paint. It shouldn't spray even with paint in the painter. Although, let's just have a look see here. Bada bing, bada boom.
Thermalite sheets are made from the resource called thermalite bars, and you get thermalite bars from selling either maintenance drones or robots to the space station up in orbit.
25 minutes.
Way up there. Okay. Now, in order to sell those bars to the station, you're going to have to use transport ships, and you can see you have a few flying around here. Now, in order to get the optimal location for this particular build, you're going to want to find the 00 mark. And I've marked that location right here via this block. So you can see in the top left corner, your XY coordinate is 00. Now that's important because all transport ships
in all fairness,
from the station.
I'm well beyond this.
00 mark. You can see one just arrived back from the station.
I'm making robots so freaking fast that, and I'm not ever worried about thermalite throughput.
Reduce travel time,
I'm making robots so fast I can't store them anywhere, and I've only got one line.
As close to this 00 point as you can.
So
and it's also a good idea to try and
160,000 thermalite bars still to come down. 6 million liters of thermalite fluid, making wafers and thermalite plates.
Okay, so next let's look at
I'm just way beyond that.
Bars, and that's going to be the electric furnace. So let's configure this electric furnace here for consuming the thermalite bars.
Well, what's the point of getting them? All right, hang on a second. Let me just pose this question to you.
Now that number actually works.
I've got so many service robots. I don't have any storage space up on the space station to sell them. Okay. Thermalite bars are used to make thermalite plates for robot parts. So I'm overproducing robots and can't get rid of them. I've got too much thermalite bars. What would it matter whether the thermalite bars are up on the station or down on the ground laying all over the ground? can't use them. I can't use them fast enough. There's too many of them. They are converted to sheets. And then what? Sheets are used to make arms and legs. Got too many arms and legs, got too many robots. Got too many parts, I got too many robots. See what I'm saying? I can't sell the robots fast enough. I got too many parts. No, there's nothing wrong with my production line. I'm making them too fast. You can only spend the sheets if you have room to store robots or sell robots. And I've got 14 cargo bays. How many cargo bays do you have? I don't have a bottleneck anywhere. Yeah, the bottleneck's a cargo base. How many cargo bays you got on your space station? I've got 14. How many you got? I've got 14 cargo bays. There's no throughput if production stops. Because there's no throughput, because there's no more storage space. Do you see this? Do you see this? Nothing can move unless you have storage space. So what's the difference whether I have the storage space up on the space station or I have the storage space laying on the ground? Nothing's going to move either way. Oh, silly me. Right here. Up on the space station, I've got 1,400 maintenance drones. I've got 1,400 service robots. I've got 2 warehouses on the ground with 100 each more service robots. I've got 160,000 Fermilite bars up in the space station ready to come down because, you know, I've got, 6 million liters of Fermilite fluid. I've got Fermilite plates coming out my ass to make robot parts for, but there's no sense in making robot parts because I can't sell the robots. All right, Bolin, here's the answer to that question. What is your throughput? Throughput is 0 when the space station is full and can't sell service robots. Do you understand that? You understand that there's no throughput when all of your product is sitting on shelves and can't be sold. You can't take service robots off the station. That's not a thing in this game. Once you build them, no, the bars aren't holding me up at all. I've got bars coming out of my ass. They're not holding me up at all. What makes you think I'm running out of bars? It's not a bottleneck. A bottleneck is where you got too many things going into one point. I've got too many of everything. And hear me out, again, if you have more than enough of everything and you can't sell the robots fast enough because you don't have enough cargo docks on your space station, then production stops. I did not say I said I've got more than enough bars. I've got an assload of bars. Not that I can't produce them or that I don't have places to store them. I've got plenty of places to store them. I just showed you them. If you watch the stream, I've got plenty of places to store all of them. There's 14,000 or there's 160,000 still up on the space station. I have 94,000 or 9,400 in my warehouses and my cargo ships. I've got plenty. I'm not suffering for bars. I just told you what the solution is. More sales docks on the space station. I feel like a broken record, repeating the solution. What do you think I'm doing? What do you think I'm doing? You must not... Maybe your screen is blank. So, there we go. We just got notified. Woohoo! Extended solar panels. Okay. So, now that we have another set of solar panels, which, by the way, gives you the power you need in order to make cargo bays. This is what we're doing. We're making cargo bays. Because I'm making robots too fast. You guys kill me. I think you're doing that to make me a broken record on purpose. That needs to be a redeem. Broken record, 5 minutes. Anyway, so the bottleneck, as you call it, is the space station can't sell the robots because I don't have enough sales cargo bays. I don't have anything to measure throughput. I have no need to measure throughput. I've got more than enough of everything. Throughput, people that worry about throughput don't have enough of something. The people that don't worry about throughput have enough of everything to build all their stuff. I don't worry about throughput. I have more than enough of everything. My throughput is 640 per minute belts. Pipes are 500 liters a minute. I think that's a minute. I'm not sure. Let's see. What's my other throughput? So we have belts. We have pipes. Anyway, I use the max capacity of everything. It increases storage, Chris. So what happens is every cargo bay you build, you can store 100 more robots, service robots. You can also store 100 more maintenance drones. You can store or hold 1,000 Fermilite bars per cargo bay waiting to come down to you. No, it doesn't make sense to me, Tholan, sorry. What makes sense to me is storage is only required in the real IRL, in real life, warehouses. The only reason you have warehouses is to store the stock you haven't sold yet. That's it. Trucks come and pick it up, take it out to the retailers, retailers sell it. You can't stop producing. You have to be continuously producing. But if you're producing faster than the retail stores can sell it, that's what your warehouse is for. Until retail sales pick up and start moving more product, which gives you more warehouse space. Yeah, trucks limit the throughput. And so will a full warehouse. And so will the shelves at the retailer, full shelves. That'll stop your throughput. My ships are at rest, having lunch, taking a break, reading a book, eating a donut, drinking coffee. My ships are not busy. So, 4 ships only gets 1 T3 belt of bars, so the belts are full right now. So what does it matter if they can get a full T3 belt of bars on them? The bars aren't going to go anywhere. Not until the sales shelf clears. My retailer isn't selling robots fast enough. Oh, well, I understand you have a good guide on that. I understand what throughput means. I understand how throughput affects production. You have 5 belts of bars that are moving. Okay, good. How many robots have you got sitting in your... How many? Right here, look at my screen. Look at my screen. How many robots have you got in the warehouse waiting to go up to the space station to be sold? Very little. Very little as in none. Wait, you can't see the 100 here? All right. So this is what I'm talking about. I'm way beyond where you're at. I have... All right, follow me for a second. All right, just follow me. I had almost 1 million Thermalite bars up in the warehouse waiting to come down to the planet to pay me so that I can make Thermalite plates and all that. They're only taken when there's room in the space station to put them in the sales dock, cargo dock up in the space station waiting to be sold, okay? So follow me here. I had over 1 million Thermalite bars up in the space station waiting to come down before the devs put a cap on how much could be stored in the space station, which is now 1,000 Thermalite bars per cargo dock. Okay? Are you with me? As of the current situation, I still have 160,000 Thermalite bars up in the space station, 6 million liters of Thermalite fluid to convert those bars into fluid, which is the maximum storage for a fluid tank, 6 million. to be sent to the casting machine to turn into thermalite plates. Okay? I have to continue to keep building cargo pods up on the space station until there's enough of them to move service robots up in there in order to keep using the thermalite plates to make robots. Exactly, Chris. It's not a bottleneck anywhere in the factory or transportation and anything like that. My retail shelf space is full. My warehouse is full. I have to build more or sell to more. I have to build more retail stores to sell the stuff I have built up before I can start using up all my resources that I have to build those robots. Which is why I put 2 warehouses down here so that I can hold 200 on the ground while we're waiting for cargo up on the space station to be built, which means you have to build solar panels with cargo because every cargo dock takes 20 megawatts of power. I could put it all on the ground. I could put out a whole bunch of logistic stations that hold 6,400 thermalite bars. I could actually build another fluid storage tank to melt those bars down into fluid. But all I'm doing is creating more and more warehouses. Yeah, that's kind of like, it's kind of like a deadlock. Yeah. There, now we got another cargo bay. Now we need some more power to build another cargo bay. Because see, these fluid silos, these hold 6 million liters of liquefied thermalite bars. They produce 10,000 liters per minute. Oh, I've got another 64 thermalite bar. Well, this holds 64. So 64 here, 64 up there, 2,000 in the cargo dock, 1,000 in the warehouse. Yeah. So this is my robots parts right here. Plenty of robot parts to make robots. You know, I got my robot production line waiting on space to move the robots away. My throughput's fine. This is the solution to getting... All right, hold on. See, now we've got 1,500. We can hold... We've got 15 cargo bays right now. This is what it can hold. 15,000 thermalite bars. I've got 150,000. So it's more than the capacity because before the devs fixed that, I was up to 1 million thermalite bars in storage. Okay? Then they changed it so that you could only store as much thermalite bars as you have cargo bays. Now I've got nowhere near enough cargo bays to hold all the thermalite bars to keep that moving. Well, my throughput would be the maximum of belts and pipes. That's what my throughput will be, because I believe in producing more. I believe in having more than enough, where other people build and constantly complain about having not enough. I'm the opposite of those complaints. Mass delete drives you nuts? Yeah. Yeah, Chris, that is a trick. That is a trick. So Shift F to do a mass delete. First of all, you click to set the anchor point, drag it out to where you want. That's on the lateral plane. Click that to select the area you're going to mass delete, and then you're allowed a third dimension. And click again. That's a trick, but, and of course you can go up or down with it in a third dimension. I would like you're talking about, I would like to see a mass delete where you can just, click, drag, delete. That second click should have been a delete right there. But there's a second click because it's offering you the third dimension. Up or down. That's why it's doing that. And that's a hard one to get used to. It's because the devs decided that having a 3D, because you might want to mass delete not just in X and Y, but also in Z, up and down. So they're giving you a 3D mass deletion. My throughput is always going to be the belt max, the pipe max, and the transport ship max. And then, of course, when you're dealing with transport ships, throughput is affected by travel time. So belts are 360 a minute. Hang on, before I lie. 640 a minute. My belts are 640 a minute. My pipes, according to the V tablet, are 500 liters per minute. And I'm only guessing it's 500 liters per minute. All it says is 500 liters. Doesn't say what the rate is because they haven't put that in the game yet. There's actually no flow rate associated with pipes. Bars I have 640 a minute flow rate, or production rate. The belt max. Plates and bars. All of them. All of my products are 640 a minute. And you can see there is not a single belt that's empty anywhere in my factories. There is not a single belt empty. But, see, here's the thing. Everything affects throughput, right? So, science production. Science production, there's no more science to do. My science is done all the way down to slag. Five belts of bars produce 160 per minute of sheets. 5 belts of bars into what? How many casting machines? That's only half an equation. I can have 1,000 belts of bars, but they're only going to be used by my science based on the number of science machines I have. Whee! Knew that was going to happen. All right, hang on. Fluid makes sheets. Bars don't make sheets. Fluid makes sheets. See here? These casting machines make 5 per minute, 5 sheets per minute. No, bars do not go into the casting machines to make plates or sheets. Liquid makes the sheets. Furnaces. Oh, is this not a casting machine? Wait a minute, what is this? You're making... Oh, you're making thermalite bars through the electric furnaces. I don't think I've used electric furnaces in forever. Oh, this is the electric furnace over here. Electric furnaces make liquid. They don't make plates. No. Bars make... Electric furnaces make liquid out of bars. There's electric arc furnace. No, you said bars make plates. Sheets. You said 3,200 a minute of bars produce 160 a minute of sheets. Then you said 5 belts of bars to produce liquid, which is correct. Correct, Chris. That's what we're looking at right here. Right, so it's right here. So this machine can produce 10,000 liters a minute of liquid thermalite. Which takes 800 bars a minute to produce 10,000 liters a minute. In total, per minute. I know what you're trying to do. I know you're trying to get some sort of formula out of going straight from machine to machine. I know you're trying to do that. But I have a storage tank of 6 million thermalite liquid. All right? I can hold 6 million. That's right, Chris. Absolutely right. Right, so throughput, what you're talking about is the ratio of resources and product. So it takes 1,250, I guess we're going to get the calculator out here. All right. So all you have to do is know what your target is. How many per minute Thermalite sheets do you want? Each casting machine makes 5 per minute. If you want 100 per minute, you need 20 casting machines. If you want 200 a minute, you want 40 casting machines. It's that simple. And if you want to know how much fluid that is, let's do the 20 casting machines making 100 a minute Thermalite bars. Okay. That will be 25,000 liters a minute. Boy, those fonts are not right the way they do that. 20 casting machines will consume 25,000 liters per minute of Thermalite liquid. What's 160 divided by 5? Yeah, any multiple of 5 is easy because the result ends in a 5 or a 0. Yeah, if you're building factories with no storage, then yes, you're talking about a perfect ratio. So if you want 160 a minute divided by 5 a minute each casting machine makes, then yes, 32 casting machines. You could do that with any number, 100, 160. I don't know why it chose 160. But even if you took a round number like 100, if you wanted 100 sheets a minute, that's 20 casting machines. 20 casting machines requires 25,000 Thermalite per minute, which is 2.5 electric furnaces, because electric furnaces make 10,000 per minute. Right there. If you don't want all right, so a bar can receive 800 a minute. Four furnaces is 32,000 a minute, or 3,200 a minute bars. $800 a minute is as fast as this machine can accept an input of Thermalite bars. So forecasting machines is 3,200 a minute input. And yes, when you're talking about tier 3 belts, which is 300 or 640 a minute transfer speed, then yes, that's 5 belts. I understand your 5-to-4 ratio. I really do. Now, if you didn't have a million Thermalite bars waiting in the space station to move somewhere, and you started with 0, basically what it is your guide starts with 0. Yep. So your guide starts with 0. For many of us that started playing Foundry, that's right. So the devs did not have any limit on the space station. And I sold a lot of stuff. A lot of maintenance drones, a lot of service robots, and I ended up with a million Thermalite bar up there. Then the devs said, oh wait, we're going to cap that. We're going to cap that at 100 maintenance drones per cargo bay on the space station, and 100 service robots per cargo bay on the space station, which will also be 1,000 Thermalite bars in the cargo bay on the space station. Well, when you have over 1 million and you're bringing it down and melting those down and putting those in storage, it's still not fast enough. I still have 142,000 Thermalite bars up there. I'm still waiting to process. And I can't do that until I have the storage space to put the robots in. Where are we at? We're up to, how much power we got? We've got 20 megawatts left over. We can do another cargo bay. All right. Yeah, see, I didn't worry about cargo bays because there was no cap. So I only had like, what, 7 or 8 cargo bays? They didn't have a cap on it. Now that there's a cap on cargo bays, now I gotta make cargo bays just to store all of the product I have. But anyway, like I say, I was way past that point of a guide. I mean, I know the ratios, which is why I have, you know, only one electric furnace smelting down, and what have I got? 8 or 10, 2, 4, 6, 8 casting machines making plates and all that stuff. So here's another ratio for you. All right. Here's another ratio for you. Here's the casting machines to make plates. That's laid out flat, one level. I've got another over here that's not flat. It's in a building 2 rows wide going up. Same number of casting machines for iron rods as there are for plates. So what that amounts to is all of the pure xenoferrite ore going in produces the molten xenoferrite. That one blast furnace will produce, what was it, 38,040? It's either 38,040 or 34,080, which goes into 96 casting machines. And that gives you 6 belts of plates. Yeah, so they changed it. They changed it. It's now 40. I think each casting machine puts out 40 now. A minute. Ugh. Yeah, 40 a minute plates now. So 120 a minute liquid xenoferrite, molten liquid ferrite, and 40 a minute plates. That's the new recipe. So that'll be, I think 96 will be reduced to hang on, we can do the numbers right here. All right, so 1280 per minute pure xenoferrite ore, 640 coked, and 256 minerals. The output is 11,520 molten, 11,520. All right, 11,520, and a machine uses 120. So 11,520 divided by 120. Still 96 machines to use all of the molten that the blast furnace uses. But now it produces 40 a minute. Instead, it was either 35 or 36 a minute before. Yeah. The input is the same. It's just that it produces more plates now. So 40 times 96, of course. I was right. 300. They didn't change it. It's 3,840 a minute. What did they change? I know they said they changed something. Maybe it was the ratio. I'm still, on my calculator, I'm still showing 3,840 a minute, which is 96 machines times 40 a minute. Oh well. They changed something, I'm just not sure what it was. I thought it was the output, that it was more efficient. So, belts. 3,840 a minute divided by 640. 6 belts. Still 6 belts. That's why we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 belts of plates, 6 belts of rods, 3840 a minute, 96 casting machines. That seems to be all seems to be the same. Much longer can we do some more solar panels? 5 minutes. But anyway, that's where I'm at right now. Is I need to create more retail space, which is cargo docks on the space station, to get this stuff moved. I need to be moving it off the shelves at least as fast as I'm producing Now, I want to see, since we got a cargo bay in the works, I want to be waiting at the end of my robot line to see, because I heard that they said you don't have to paint the robots. It might be, Chris. I think I'm on that train of thought. I think they changed the ratio, some sort of efficiency of the ratio. You did confirm that? I turned off my paint machine. You do have to have a painting station for them to go into the warehouse. But now they don't have to be painted. I could swear I turned that up. Look at, he got painted. So it's turned off. It's green by default. Oops. It still takes the fluid in. It's disabled. Hang on. It's disabled. All right, hang on a second. This is what the problem is. I've got paint going in there and I don't need paint. So even if it's off, it still gets painted. Let's try that again. All right, now there's 0 liters in. Start it up. This station right here. Yeah, I confirmed the other day on stream that without the paint station, the robots come all the way up to the warehouse and stop. And hang on a second, I'll show you what happens when they do stop. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this very clearly. Right here. Oop, right here. So, without a paint station, and the robot's going directly to the warehouse, without that paint station, it says, next step is painting. Target does not accept this object. So, warehouse does not accept the object without paint or the paint station. One of the two. So, what we're testing today is a paint station in place, because as soon as I put the paint station in, the warehouse started accepting them. But what we're testing today is whether the paint station can have no paint in it and not paint the robot and still pass it through, which it cannot do. It's not doing it. So I could shut it down, I could start it up. Robot's not moving. Everybody see that? Robot's not moving. Oh. Okay, everybody see that? We can shut it down. Robot doesn't move. We can start it up. Robot doesn't move because there's no paint. So in place of the paint station, I had just regular conveyor belts. Stolen. Yay! That robot should disappear. No, so that image that I was just showing you, okay, this image right here on the right-hand side of the screen, those are just conveyor belt segments. There's 3 visible, 3 conveyor belt segments. And that's what happened. No paint station, just conveyor belt segments. And it says right there, target does not accept this object. And you see the robot's not painted. Right? You can see the robot's not painted. The warehouse says target does not accept this object. And it even says right there, the next step is painting. So let's take this guy off. He can stay there. There's none in there. Oh, wait a minute. Now we got our... Yep, it's down to 19. We got space in that one. And we've got no space in this one. Okay, we'll wait till that one has some space. Oh crap, well we got 200 on the ground, 100 of each. I'll bet that says it's full already. We're still waiting for that to catch up. So there's quite a bit of a delay. Yeah, I reckon you'll find that there is a patch note that says unpainted robots cannot be warehoused. In the beginning, when robot assemblies became a thing, I built robots. I had, well, let's see. Hang on, before we leave out of here. Oh, wrong button. We are at another set of solar panels. In the beginning, the reason these elevators all go down here is because this is where my robot production line was. The head of it was right here, and it went all the way down here. And when I built the robot line, I didn't know about the paint. I was ignorant about needing paint. Built the robot line, put the warehouse down there, completed robot production, and robots went to the warehouse and stopped. And I spent, I think, 3 hours on stream trying to figure out why the robots stopped at the warehouse and wouldn't go in, before I actually hovered my mouse over the robot and it said next step painting. So then I added a paint station. And for whatever reason, my brain didn't function properly. I put the paint station in and I thought it was just going to paint the robot. So I put the paint station in, sent the robots to the paint station, and the robots stopped because there was no paint in the paint station. Finally, my brain kicked in, and I looked at the control panel, and it said, oh, liters of paint, 0. So the paint station doesn't produce its own paint. I have to make the paint. So then, of course, I went through and looked for, oh my God, where where is it? And then I came across fluids and saw paint, and I go, oh, okay. Well, for the next 2 days, I started building, you know, the paint processing, which used to be up here, right there, and then I sent it all over on a pipe, brought it down, and stuck it into my paint station, and it started painting robots. Now, how anyone was able to get the robots through the paint station without paint, I'm not sure when that happened. Probably after I tried to get my robots through without paint, or didn't try, I accidentally couldn't, and I couldn't figure out why. So after a few days, I was so frustrated with that because it was taking so much paint to paint them and I couldn't send them through without paint. I just destroyed this whole thing. And that's where it's at. I refuse to make service robots when I could make far more money with just selling maintenance drones. But this all stayed here until I put this up. Now, whether at some point you could paint or could send robots through the paint station without any paint was probably broken at some point, and the devs fixed that. So now, once they get to the paint station, they stop until they get paint. So back to the way it was initially. And I think what probably happened, and I'm just thinking logically here, I think what probably happened, there was a, right. It probably worked just fine because by the time you got to building robots, what I'm thinking is some sort of patch or update broke the paint station and allowed the robot to go through without paint. Didn't have to pipe in any paint, didn't have to have any paint in its reservoir. All you had to do was place the paint station and it would go. That was probably created, that bug was probably created with a patch that they sent through, and then later realized when somebody said, hey, look, I can send my robots through without paint. Devs go, oops, we broke that, and fixed it. So for that short period of time, I missed that window. I missed my target again. Could have sworn I was aimed right at it, but I was good at it for the first hour of the stream without having my markers. Yeah, I imagine it was there for a while. Imagine it was. It's not letting me right now, so. Now it's paint and now it goes through. We got lots of liters. Now we got no liters of paint. Oh, there it goes. It stopped. All my issues? What? I don't have any issues. Other than what's broke in the game, like the stupid splitter is balls ugly programmed. I don't have any issues with the paint storage because I know you have to have paint. Yeah, we're solving that now. So what we've got is cargo bays being, solar panels and cargo bays being built until there's enough room for all of the robots that I'm producing to go up to the space station. And all of my Firmalite bars are sold because I'm over capacity. But I think we're just gonna let this one go for a little bit because splitter is bugged. Paint's working. Paint station working, as long as we put paint in it. I'm just gonna leave it off though for now because actually I'll bet you I could turn this off. I bet you I could shut that down. Yeah, we'll just leave it shut down for the time being. At about 29 science per minute, needs approximately 200 Firmalite sheets per minute. Yep. Yeah, there's a reason why I didn't do ratios on Foundry. There are not many games that I do ratios at all. I just overbuild them. I overproduce so that I never have to worry about having enough of something. I've always got plenty of everything. The only thing I don't have in this instance is not enough sales retailers with shelf space for all of my robots. So we're building retail space right now. That's about all that's going on in this game at the moment. Which science is that, Olin? Just out of curiosity. All of them? Mine don't need any Firmalite bars. One of my science packs, which is yellow, I'm pretty sure needs Firmalite bars. Is it yellow science or purple? That's exactly right, Chris. I am never going to be one of those people going, oh, I don't have enough power. Oh, I don't have enough those. Oh, I don't have enough of those. You'll never hear me say, oh my God, I don't have enough power cells or circuit boards or polymer boards, or you'll never hear me saying that. Yeah, Firmalite comes in the yellow science, I think, only. That's this one right here. There's our Firmalite. It's plates, not bar. Is it bars or plates? Hang on. Oh, plates for the robot parts. Bars come in at... No, hang on. It's over here. Gotta be. All right, so these are maintenance parts? What are these called? Robot parts. They're called robot parts. So you need the Thermalite plates for robot parts, which makes the fuchsia science. The yellow science. Where am I making yellow science at? Right here. Yep, yellow science is what needs Thermalite bars. Right there. 4 minute for yellow science. That's the only one. So when I said which science were you talking about, you said all of them. It's actually just the yellow that needs Thermalite bars. And it's the fuchsia that needs the robot parts, which are made right over here with Thermalite plates. So Thermalite plates make the robot parts. So yellow and fuchsia are dependent on Thermalite bars. Yeah. Thermalite sheets are mated for just torso. Let's see, where are we going? Thermalite sheets. Torso. Robot parts for the head. Robot parts for the arms and the legs. Oh, hang on. The head is just, yeah, the head is Thermalite and robot part. Robot parts goes into all 4 of making robot parts. So that's Thermalite. So the torso gets Thermalite twice, right? No. Torso gets Thermalite bars. That's sad. So, Thermalite parts, Thermalite plates make these robot parts. Because you can see there's a Thermalite plate on the bottom underneath the spring, the gear, and whatever that gold plate is. But the Thermalite plate is needed to make robot parts. And then you add more Thermalite plates to make the torso. Worst recipe of all. Worst recipe of all. So how many Thermalite bar or plates do you need for robot parts? Times 4, and then 8, and then well, times 1. It's 1 of each to make that, and then more Thermalite plates. I can't tell you anymore until they add Science Pack 6. So as soon as they add Science Pack 6, I can't tell you anymore because that. You're seeing that every single research is done that can possibly be done. It's been done for a long time. All of the research is done. There's nothing to research. Has no impact. These are still broken. Pump jack and mining. Still broken. They're both infinite. But they're broken. I've upgraded these. You can see I'm on level 8 for the mining. I'm on level 7 of the pump jack. They still don't give you 10% per level. I've never got an increase of output of pump jacks by 10% per level, which also cannot be measured because there's no flow rate in the game yet, which is why that's probably broken. And output of mining machinery by 10% per level, haven't been able to gauge that either. Haven't been able to measure that, to verify it. This is a complete waste of resources, you know that. It's always 45 seconds to process. I don't have resources back. What resources? Are we back to Fermalite? All right, so where's the... See, this... I don't have to research anything. The numbers are still there. Max research speed, 2000%. Oh, you want to know how fast I'm building the packs, not how fast my research speed is. You said science rate. You said turn on the research to see what your science rate is. My research speed is 2000%. Because I have 20 servers. If I had 40 servers, it would be 4,000%. Because it's 100% per server. All right, you want to see how fast I'm making science packs? Pick a color, because each one is a different rate. Pick a color, we'll talk about that color. Which will probably be red or blue. Which one's first, blue or red? Hang on. Blue is first. Blue is first level. So I make them at 2 per minute. Yep, science pack per minute is 2 per minute on a tier 1 machine. Oops. Red is 2 per minute on a tier 1 machine. Let's see, where did I do green? Green is 1 per minute on a tier 1 machine. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm producing 24-minute blue. I'm producing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 32 a minute red. "24-minute blue," right. 32 a minute red. Green is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 times 1, 16 a minute green. And then yellow and fuchsia. One a minute. Yeah, it's always whatever your lowest production is. So if it's 8, 16, 32 a minute, 8 is the lowest. If you're producing 8 a minute or 16 a minute of the lowest, all of these are processed at 45 a minute, not 45 a minute. 45 seconds to process 1. Here's the important thing. You see this little progress bar on the left? This little progress bar on the left? They should be the same. Mine's not for some reason on this one. So it's 45 seconds to process 1 of each required item. So there's 5 items, 45 seconds to produce each of those. So don't pay attention to the bar. It's just showing that it is processing. It's always the same rate. We're just unlucky because they weren't all start at the same time. It's the same bar graph. So 45 seconds to produce 1 of each. So you really don't need a whole lot unless you've got a whole lot. So 45 seconds each per machine, and I've got 20 machines. So that's 3/4 of a minute. So if you had 45 machines, and it takes 45 seconds to produce 1 each of those, you'd be producing science, at 4,500%. It would be 1 a second. It would be 1 a second, which is 60 a minute. But mining efficiency. All right, 45 seconds from now, this purple, this fuchsia, should take 45 seconds to process it 1. So I looked at my clock and the second hand was on the 5. So when it gets back around to the 2 is 45 seconds. 45 seconds, that 1 should be completed. It'll be the same for all of them. On the 12. On the 1 and 5 more seconds. On the 2. That's exact. It's exactly 45 seconds to process 1 science pack. Doesn't matter what color it is. It's 45 seconds for each. Now, my mining efficiency has not impacted this at all. None of these numbers have changed. Hang on a second. Oh, shoot. Well, 28 science per minute is almost 30 science per minute. If you get 45 machines going to get 1 science pack per minute, I mean per second. So 45 machines will produce 1 per second, in essence. Okay? That's 60 a minute. Half of 60 is 30. So for 30 science per minute, you would need half as many, half of 45, which will be 22 and a half science machines. And since I've got 20, that's right. Wait, half of 60 is 25? Howdy, Kaz. Yeah. So about 22 and a half research machines will give you 30 a minute. So if you've got 45 machines up, and each one takes 45 seconds per part, 45 machines will deliver 1 a second. Which is 60 a minute. So for 30 a minute, you need 22 and a half research machines. That's exactly right, Chris. That's exactly right. Oh my God, another one. Which you guys aren't seeing, but that's okay. Hold on just a second while I report this one. I didn't get a chance to report the last one. And then we're going to ban. There we go. So I've got my filtering set up so you guys shouldn't see any of those free viewers at blah, blah, blah. Oops. Okay, there we go. All right, that's taken care of. And look what I did. I accidentally shut that machine off. But anyway, way past that. My entire tree is done. And like I say, mining efficiency doesn't affect any of that. Pump jack efficiency is still broken. So those two are still broken. Doesn't matter how many times you research it. Still broken. All right, so that's broken. Paint shop is fixed. Splitters are trash. You can make them work, but not the way they were intended. And cargo docks. Well, here's why that doesn't work, Tholen. My mining efficiency is fracking. I have fracking fluid going to all my mines. And it's infinite. So far, I have experienced... I get more per machine. You saw how far I've upgraded mining efficiency, right? I'm up to level 8. Hasn't changed those numbers coming out of the mine one bit. What miners are you? You're using the underground miners, right? On fracking. I believe that's right, Chris. Even though, if you take a look at mining efficiency, the description is increases the resource output of mining machine by 10% per level. All right, you see what it says here on the screen. Increases the resource output of the mining machine, which is the miner drilling through the rock, by 10% per level, right? So, Tholen, can you tell me how many tier levels of mining machines are there? How many levels? No, it says per level. Yeah, my mouse cursor is pointing at it. Per level. %, per science level. All right, I'm on 8. What level or I'm on 7. What level are you on? 15 or 16. Okay. So tell me how you're measuring that. How you're measuring your output. That's where we're going right now. Observe the that's your measurement, is observe the output on the belt. So you have no in-game measuring. So you're basing it on visual observation, which can be deceiving. Oops, God, I hate that. Here it is, right here. Mining speed. This determines how much goes out on the belt. Well, once again, what I'm saying is you're basing that on visual observation, which can be tricked, fooled, or it's fallible. So what you think you might be seeing on the belt would be better measured with a counter of some sort, which basically can be now that we have data. Exactly, Kaz. No. So, saving grace. The saving grace is now we have these machines right down here that will actually do the counting for us. So we don't have to rely on visual observation that can be fooled by rendering, animation speeds, you know, all that kind of stuff. So 160 a minute is base mining speed that you're saying. So we should be able to, on the loader, we should be able to place our electronics now to determine how fast they're coming across the belt. That's not very scientific, Dolan. So what I'll do, I guess, on the next, it's probably going to be a little while before I play this again. I played with all the goodies. I don't like the way the splitter operates. I don't like the control panel in the splitter for sure. We're just actually, all I'm doing in game now is just building cargo docks. Yeah, Kaz, that's another thing. So that's just one more thing. So the splitters control panel is borked. You know, I have to deal with all the cargo. Have to deal with the cargo docks. The 00 coming to 00 is not very cool. So I think what we'll do is we'll play a little bit of that's a good start, Chris. Man, a week. That's gonna suck. I'm also not very happy with the fact that those, you know, Drax size warehouses for service robots only hold 100 robots. That's stupid as. The Drax size warehouses, and I'm talking about these warehouses up here, only hold 1,000 Firmalite bars, only hold 1,000 maintenance drones. I mean, that's just whack. That's just whack. So, yeah. Anyways, hang on a second. I think I gotta answer this call. Hang on. Okay, sorry about that. By the way, I have a surprise for everybody. I have a surprise for everybody to take advantage of. Let me get myself parked up here. We'll do a save real quick, just to put that aside for the time being. That's exactly right, Kaz. Okay, so, the surprise. Hang on a second. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. There it is. And hold on a second. I'm going to bring you guys in on okay. All right. Here. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, hang on a second. Right. Okay. Sorry. I thought I was displaying some information that shouldn't go. Okay. So, Ship Graveyard Simulator 2. You can see it on the left-hand side here is 3650 Australian. All right, hang on. Before we, I just want to check real quick. How much is 3650? Yeah, 3650 AUD in euro. All right, so about $22. So 3650 Australian is about 22 euro. So, all right, let's do that. Hang on. I got a way to do that. Google actually has a currency converter. Yep, that's right, 2250. All right, are you guys watching this? This is gonna blow you away. All right, so, Graveyard Simulator 2, 3650 Australian, whatever that is in Canadian and US. Okay? I purchased this game, but I did not buy it through Steam. Over on the right-hand side is my purchase. Oop, $10.20 euro. So $36.50 is 22 euro and some odd change, right? I paid less than half for this game. And I did that. Yep, all right, there you go, $25 US. You can get that game for $12.50 US. All right? So I went and purchased this game outside of Steam on a website called Driffle. Hang on a second, I think I can pull that up here real quick. No, that's not it. This one right here. So if you wanted to play this game, where's our search? What's a moon? Oh, dark mode. There it is, search. Ship Graveyard 2. Look at this. That's the DLC, that's the DLC. Global. Look at that. You can get this game for 50% off of what Steam is selling it for. More than half price off. And guess what? You get your key, you go into Steam, add the game key into Steam, and bam, it installs. So there you go, I helped you guys out. Good place to look for games and get them for less than what they're selling on Steam for. Wonder how much Shapes is. Shapes 2. $30. Oh, hang on. Yeah, $30. Yes, there's all kinds of vouchers and bonus discounts you can get on this website. Did you reach a peak there, Kaz? Let's see, this is $29 Australian. What is Shapes? Not much of a discount. About the same on that one. These are still kind of pricey for me. I did like the Beyond These Stars. That was pretty cool. And I was really interested in this Nuclears, but I'm just kind of watching it just for now. It's the same thing, but a different shape. Even on Insane, it was, yeah. Looked like you were, yeah, see, that's the thing. Kaz was making headway like gangbusters. And I think that's because, Kaz, you were attacking the... instead of doing tasks, you were attacking the upgrade. What's it called? Not the upgrades. The skill, not the skill level. What was it you were? I can't remember what it was called. But there was two ways to go: is to be doing tasks or doing the upgrades, the science upgrade things. The things that required science to upgrade. But, yeah. Yeah, it looked like you made, easy workings of that game. Yes, milestones. Thank you, Chris. See, I only have one working brain cell. The other brain cells that are missing, I have to now rely on you guys. So, yeah, Kaz was addressing and attacking the milestones, and he made some pretty serious headway pretty quickly, too. And I think that was on max settings or max difficulties for Kaz. And, yeah, that was pretty impressive. But, you know, the thing is he discovered things that I hate to discover, and that is just the same thing repeated with different shapes, different colors, different scenery, different whatever the game is. Anytime the challenge is to just change the shape or the color of something or the scenery of something, it's not a new challenge. It's the same challenge with a different flavor. So, I mean, shapes looks pretty cool, but I can see it getting pretty old pretty fast. Where am I at? So we did a save. We're going to do a save. I want to duck out of this because I want to do some shipyard, but I need to make some adjustments to the settings. Oh my god, and we're in ads. Okay, great. While I'm switching games, we're in ads. Okay, cool. Perfect timing, even though I do need a drink. And I will probably need to be in studio mode. Nah, it doesn't matter. You can watch me set it up. It's nothing. Nothing revealed anywhere for any reason. Yeah, so there's so in the game, Tholan, there's shapes, there's colors, there's paint, shapes, paint, fluids, something else. Yeah, there needs to be there needs to be more variety of whatever it is. There are different shapes that you can make, but you're making the same shape out of all your basic. I mean, you're making the new shape out of all your basic shapes anyway. That's a big thing. Same inputs for every milestone? Right. You just use summon. That's exactly right. Okay, there you go. And so that, to me, that's exactly what I would be looking for in a game to determine whether it's the end of the game for me. As soon as it becomes, as soon as the challenges become evident that they're using the same resources and it's just repeating the same thing over and over again for the challenges, then yeah, there's that's it for me on the game. Which is not the same thing as repetition, like in builder games. Factorio, Satisfactory, Creativerse, DSP, you know, belting type games like Foundry, Tectonic, and whatnot. There is some things that is repetitive, laying down belts, building factories and stuff like that. But at least there are challenges that are different, I want to say, along the way. Different milestones, different challenges, to an extent. Tectonica could die, yeah. You know what? I officially, Kaz, I am letting Tectonica die. I don't think I'm going to come back to Tectonica, especially after their hyped up new patch update or upgrade or whatever they want to call it was the introduction of Paint Wars. What do you call it? God. Yeah, Paint Wars. That's not content that I would expect to see in a exploration factory builder game. So thin. Yeah, you know what? I initially thought it had Promise 2. But then when I saw, oh my God, when I saw the dev team, 35 developers, and still couldn't get the game moving, plus 5 of the developers were from Microsoft, and that was when and as slow as they've been moving, that was like, nah, you know what, I'm done with that. It was the same with Railroads Online. You know, slow moving, inconsequential updates or patches, yeah. That's exactly how they built the game, Kaz. That's right. So Tectonica is built for console, which I guarantee you that's why there's 5 Microsoft devs, Microsoft employees on the dev team, because they built it for console first, for controllers, and then they're trying to adapt it to PC, which shouldn't be a monumental task, but for 35 devs, it's been their downfall. They can't get it moving. That's one of those too many chiefs, not enough Indians. All right, while we're doing, let's see what we need to do. We need to add, we're going to add okay, we're going to do that. Bear with me. And then we're going to add capture game. And do OK. Capture specific window. Window. That one. And that. And then we are going to go to main, add scene, that one, and we'll reduce it down a little bit. Turn that off. Bring it down and then stretch it out. That looks about okay. Yep, that looks good. Now, we're also going to move it down to right there. That should be fine. All right, and then we're going to go into the settings here and adjust some volumes. Well, see, that's the thing, Kaz. Of the 35 devs, 5 of them are from Microsoft, so there are 31 devs that are being manipulated and bullied by the 5 Microsoft devs that are on the team. And not enough chiefs. I mean, too many chiefs, not enough Indians. Plus, Microsoft wants it, you know, Microsoft is all about having this as a console game so that it can be played on Xbox. And so there's going to be constant battles. I mean, I can just imagine what lunchtime is like for the devs. You know, the lunchtime meeting or the morning meetings or whatever, when they all get together and Microsoft jumps up and says, okay, here's what we're going to do today. Oh, hold on a second here. Microsoft's not in charge. And then, you know, arguments are right off the bat every day or every meeting. Yeah, there you go. 600 concurrent player peak. Yep. And that's why the development of Tectonica is going so slowly, so poorly, because everybody's trying to work around the devs that want to be the boss on top of the hill, you know, king of the hill. I'm going to turn the music off because number one, it's Indian. And be prepared because some of the dialogue in here is Indian as well, and you won't understand it. So we've got, this is what's really funny. Gameplay. We've got English selected for gameplay, but everything in the game is Indian. Not American Indian, East Indian. Anyway, so we're going to leave the music off. Andy outside. So we're just starting up a new game that I got on Saturday, which I got at a huge discount. This is not Foundry. We just quit Foundry. What do we do? 2 weeks of Foundry? No, 1 week. No, 2 weeks. Oh my God. Hang on a second. Jeez. That's the neighbors. All right, I'm back. Well, I tell you what, I've got, if anybody wanted a neighbor, my neighbor is the one to have. I live in a duplex, and it's the guy over in Unit 1. And he brings me so much fruit and veg free. It's unbelievable. Oh, there was one other setting. There was some other settings I wanted to change just because we are, there are points where, what was it, graphics? We're going to change that to medium. Change that to medium. Motion blur we want on medium. Actually, we'll put it on high. We can put it on very high. That way we don't have to have detailed. Competing for the biggest blunder in gaming history. That's awesome. Oh my God, UB. Oh, I try to stay away from UB. That is the life. Yes, Andy, thank you very much. We are definitely going to be telling everybody that we are doing this game right here. It was a dream. Oh. I do read them, Zothan. I just don't understand a lot of them, I'll be honest with you. Oh, hopes and dreams, Kaz. Absolutely, for sure. You know, part of that was actually true for me. I lived in Florida for a great many years. Some up in the Panhandle near in Fort Walton Beach, Panama City Beach. Lived in Tallahassee. Lived in Daytona Beach for a good number of years. Lived in, raised in Titusville down near Cape Canaveral Kennedy Space Center. The best one was Daytona Beach. And I lived in an apartment complex, and I was on the 6th floor of a 20-story apartment complex. And of course, in Florida, there's pools everywhere, right? The apartment complex on one side was next to a neighborhood that was not very happy. And the other side was facing the beach about a quarter of a mile down the road. But, oh my God, just a barely decent set of binoculars, checking out your neighbors with their pool at their pools and all. Yeah, you know what? The scenery is a dream come true. None of them, I'm sure, would invite me over. Never did. But then again, Oh, the comment and Conquer is that they designed a bunch of very unappealing characters with bland gameplay, thinking they could attract a modern audience that would carry the game. Yeah. Yeah, I would have gathered that was bad. But you know what? Unappealing characters and bland gameplay wouldn't attract anybody. regardless of the modern audience. Okay, so anyway, we're here at the computer, and we are doing the Chilling Turtle. Oh, this one up here. Before we move on to the Maroon Lagoon. So we're doing the Chilling Turtle contract. Which I've got a good portion of it, or a portion of it knocked down. So they were banking on a group. Oh, hang on. So Sony could have done it so they have a shield of distance to distance themselves from those themes going forward, right? 100 million is a lot, but it's probably minor compared to what it costs them across all their mediums. Yeah. And, you know, that 100 million is not restricted to the US or Canada or the UK. That's worldwide, which is not a lot at all. Concord was banking on a group of players not considered the core audience showing up in large numbers. Newsflash, they didn't. Yeah, exactly. Exactly! Imagine that. Alright, so, eventually we're going to clear out. That is just underneath that wall. So we're not going to worry about that wall just now. It's games, movies, and all their companies and subsidiaries, investments, etc. Yeah. Steam has 36 million players in-game a lot of times. To only get 600, that's bad. Yeah. I think everybody would agree with that. 600 is nothing. That's basically zero. Yeah, that's catastrophic failure. I did leave all this stuff here from yesterday. Because I did knock all this stuff down from yesterday. I'm good at that. I can nail that truck every time. I don't even have to see the truck. Check out the guns on this guy. It could be an Arnold Schwarzenegger. Let's see. Well, that's a scam. I hate the number of scams that come across the phone. You know, I got to tell you something. Today's an interesting day here in Australia. And you guys may have something similar to this in Canada or the US or the UK, wherever you're at. But we just had a new law go into effect today. A new law called the disconnect law. And the disconnect law states, which went into effect today, that here in Australia, employees no longer have to answer a call from their employer after they clock out. which I'm not sure what it's like in other countries. I didn't realize Australia had a problem with company bosses calling their employees after 5 o'clock. Well, if it's a 5 o'clock clock out, but after they clock out, I didn't realize that employees were being abused by their bosses calling them after they clock out and go home. Yeah, exactly, Kaz. I mean, if I worked for a company where a boss called me after I clocked out and, you know, wanted to be chatty or socialize or talk about work or something like that, the very first time it happened, I'd say, don't do that anymore. And the second, third time, I would literally not answer the call. Because after I clock out, that means my work day is done. When my work day is done, I don't need to be talking to you. Why are you calling me? Okay, we did a little bit of cleanup over there. Clean up on aisle 7. But apparently it's so bad that a law had to be put in place. How bad is that? Yeah, that's right, Dylan. Don't take call. Yes. So, Tholan, the way I understand it explained on TV by the journalists, even though there is a law that employers cannot call you after you've clocked out, that doesn't mean they can't. It just means that for employees who finish their workday and expect to have their workday finished at a certain time, employers cannot legally coerce you into doing more work or call you about work or anything like that. For those that don't mind or have those types of jobs where it might be required, where it's on call or something like that, it's obviously not an issue because there's an agreement between the employer or an understanding between the employer and the employee that kind of stuff is part of the job. And you wouldn't have applied for and been in one of those types of jobs where it's, you're expected to be on call or answer those calls. For those people that are not in those types of jobs, they now have recourse to stop the harassment from employers. That's what that's all about. I just didn't realize there was that much of a problem here in Australia. You know. Yeah, the new law says you cannot call an employee after they've clocked out. It's called disconnect. So once an employee has clocked out for the day, that's it. No contact from the employer. But obviously, dependent on exactly what you were talking about a minute ago is based on the type of job, whether it's expected or not, if the employee feels harassed or abused, they can rely on that law. How did I get up there? Oh, it must have been from down here. It was. go. Alright, so it looks like all we have is walls to knock down from here, which the majority of walls look like they've already been done, so... Wow, that's loud. Hold on. That's way too loud. Master volume, let's cut it down. That's still kind of loud. Is that loud for you guys? The clanking around and the... Yeah, hang on. Not for you? Oh, okay. Yep, Chris, and I think that's where the differentiation is. So obviously, the requirements of the job, the type of job, whether you're provided a company phone or not, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of details in there that I'm not even worried about because I'm retired twice and I don't work for anybody but me. Okay, cool. Yeah, for those employee-employer relationships where there's an understanding that it's a requirement for the law, I mean for the job, it's not an issue. It's just for the people that are not in those types of jobs where you're not required any on-call, you're not required for after-hours work or anything like that. And when you when you clock out, you go home and you're not disturbed by, you know, you don't have to worry about your job calling you because you work a 9 to 5. You know, if you're working a standard 9 to 5 and you're harassed by an employer to do more work at home, or, you know, to chat about work or to phone conference, or, you know, they are protected by the law now. It's just to protect against abuse of employers, which apparently there's a lot of in Australia, which requires a law now. I've never worked for an abusive employee or employer. So thankfully I would never have a need for that law. By the way, you may notice that I'm holding a sledgehammer with a steel handle because I've upgraded, and I'm also wearing gloves that you can almost see. Rubberized construction gloves. I've upgraded my hammer several times, but then I moved into a higher difficulty of wrecking ships. My hammer used to be a one-hit wonder. One hit and the rivets were popped out. Oh, wait a minute, I better not do that yet. Yeah, I'm like that Tholen too. You know what? I'm like that for, you know, one of the one of the strange quirks in Australia is they don't ring doorbells or knock on the door. They walk up the driveway or walk up to the front of the house and they start hollering, hello, hello. So you don't even know if they're talking to you, talking to your neighbors, or what, you know. It alarms me because anybody that comes into my yard or my driveway or my sidewalk and starts hollering hello, I automatically think somebody's in trouble. So I rush to the door, right? Half the time, they're not at my door. They're at the next door neighbors, you know? Thing is, when people walk up to my house, you know, I have windows, and the curtains are normally open to let the sunlight in, and so I can see out and whatnot. And my dining room table's quite visible from the front door, living room windows, you know, that kind of thing. People walking up to the house during the daytime can see inside. You know, I've got my windows open, I've got the door open, I'm letting the breeze flow through because it's so freaking hot anyway to begin with. They can see we're eating dinner, and they're, hello, hello. And it's like, can you not see we're eating dinner? I don't get up to answer the door for people that can see we're eating dinner. Now, if my door's shut and my window's shut, yeah, they cannot observe what kind of activity is going on inside the house, so of course I'm going to answer the door. But when you can see I'm eating dinner, don't interrupt my dinner unless it's an emergency, you know. When if I get a phone call after 9 o'clock at night, most people will realize my my phone is non-existent after 9 o'clock at night, unless it's usually a Friday or a Saturday, and that was pretty much when I was younger anyway. When going out to the bar or the club or going out to party with my friends and whatnot was still a thing. Yeah. But if you're calling me after 9 o'clock to shoot the breeze, you know, talk about nothing, I don't answer the phone. Hang on a second. I missed the serious question. Hang on. Let me read back here. Why do you guys play or like building games? You know, that's a genre of game that is definitely going to address only certain people. I like building things. I like tearing things apart. It's an engineer's brain type thing. But it's also an OCD thing. And for me, it's just a game therapy. So I have enough stresses in my life raising an ASD child that I never expected to be doing, that I have no guidebook on, and I'm sucking miserably at doing. And the stresses that I get from that, I can address those stresses by games like this, and building and construction games, and sometimes games that are just repetitive. Sometimes games where my brain doesn't have to think. You know, it's a rest break for me. That's why I do it. Not really. It's downtime is what it is. It's not really scratching an itch. It's just downtime. I like doing things like woodworking, metalworking, that kind of stuff, which I do on occasion. I've got a 3D printer. I've got a laser engraver. I don't have a Shopsmith Mark V, which I would love to have. But I do have certain woodworking tools. I'd love a lathe. I don't have one of those. But all that stuff just to relax, just to rest the brain and enjoy doing something, you know, creating something. Because I'm not going to spend my time cleaning the house. You know, I'm a slob. I was not born to be a house cleaner. I do what I have to. I do every bit of keeping my environment clean so that cleaning a house is not a chore. But I'm not obsessive compulsive, I'm not OCD. I have the livable amount of dust and a livable amount of things not on hangers or on shelves, and not neatly arranged on shelves. You know, I don't have any of that. Except dishes, you know. I like to be able to reach for dishes and have those dishes be in the place that they were when I put them there. You know, that kind of stuff. Is that all the walls? That's not all the walls. Yeah, it is. That's the back of the ship. All right, to the outside. Which is gonna be, yep. That is the bottom of the wall. Because of its repetitive nature, or because you're not into tearing things down, you'd rather build them up. Guess we got no choice on that one. Yeah, you know, a scrapyard, tearing things down and then selling the scrap is, I wouldn't even consider this as a career ever. Yep, it's repetitive. I mean, you're tearing down an entire ship. You know how many bolts and rivets and welds go into making them to begin with? And then to have to tear them apart, not as in-depth as building them, but close to it, you know? That's a interesting concept, Colin. So I have to ask, all the people that are in jobs, I can't address myself because I'm twice retired, I don't have a job. Of everybody that has jobs, how would you feel about automation replacing you? Would that be something you're okay with? Or do you think that manual labor still has a place keeping people employed? What do you reckon? It will replace you if it can. I don't know if it's capitalism that drives that. It's profits that drives that. Profits and efficiency, because depending on the size of the company, it's so hard to find employees that are efficient enough to make you money. I agree, Tholen. I agree. It may replace somebody, but unless a computer is controlling the whole process, and then you still need somebody to operate the computer, right? Huh. Kaz, I've always looked at capitalism. I don't know if that's the definition of capitalism. And I don't know the exact definition of capitalism. I know capitalism is is what helps drive prices down to make things affordable, because without capitalism, then you end up with businesses engaging or becoming monopolies. Like, for instance, capitalism is not big here in Australia, and the electric company that I pay my electric bill to, Ergon, is a monopoly in Queensland, far north Queensland here. I have to pay whatever the prices they charge for whatever reason they deem it's good enough to charge me those prices, and there is nobody for me to run to. There is no competition. So that's monopoly. And that's capitalism answers that, because it allows other electric companies to open up business in an area where one company has a monopoly, and they can charge prices that are cheaper than the one that has the monopoly, and that drives prices down. That helps. That's a benefit to the consumer. Yeah. So, and there are many aspects to capitalism. There's good, there's bad, you know, depending what the circumstances are. So capitalism is maximizing shareholder profits. I didn't look it up, so I don't know. That's why I said. But see, the thing is, in a situation like this monopoly I'm in the middle of with the electric company, Ergon, capitalism would allow another electric company to come in and take part in selling their services in the same market space as the one that has a monopoly. And the shareholders of the new electric company would gain profits. So in that regard, in that definition, maximizing shareholder profits still happens. And I mean, you do want the shareholders to be profitable. You do, because the business has to be profitable. Because if a business isn't profitable, well, you know, they're doing something wrong. I did get all those. I thought I missed all those. No, we got them all. So, you know, to me, capitalism isn't my enemy, because I know that the power of capitalism and competitive business drives prices down, which all consumers benefit from. Driving prices down does not necessarily mean that it's hurting profits at all. Because if your product is at a lower price than your competitor, you're probably going to be selling a higher volume of them, which makes you more profitable. The responsibility of a CEO is not to be capitalism. Yeah. I think there's just this, the situation is that there are different interpretations of what capitalism is. There may not be a clear definition, because I actually never looked it up what it meant. That's the first sentence on Match that up with dictionary.com and let's see if the publicly edited Wikipedia agrees with the dictionary. I know it's in the dictionary. Private ownership maximizing profit. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, honestly, if I sold widgets, I would, and other people are selling widgets, I would want to make mine better than the other guys, so that I can sell more than the other guys, which means I make better profits than the other guys. And also, being a business owner, I would be responsible for being able to manufacture them at probably a better price than the competition, which would make me more profitable. Maximizing profits. Maximizing profits means being able to construct something at a lower cost, selling them at a lower price, producing a higher quality product than the other guys. That'll maximize your profits every day of the week. Well, since we use dictionaries in schools, I probably would go by the definition in a dictionary versus Wikipedia. Oh. You know what? I've been all through this ship, and there's supposed to be 3 more metal lockers, which I haven't seen yet. Hang on, what floor are we on? I'm doing the wrong floor. What the what? Yeah, I'm supposed to be up here. Yeah, these look like they're all done. Oh. Alright, we're about ready to knock down this whole top floor of this ship. Yep, that one's all done. That one's all done. Did I do the top? Yep, top's all done. Alright, here goes the top floor. I missed a couple, I think. No, it's good. Yep, I missed this one. How about that? Still. No way. There it goes. Stand under it, Rocket. Let's see what happens when it hits you. I have to go to bed, work like 12 hours this weekend of hard physical labor, including falling. Oh, wow. I don't blame you there, Kaz. Dude, have a good rest. Thanks for coming by. I always enjoy having you. And if anybody hasn't checked out Kaz, I'm sure everybody here knows who Kaz is already. But if you haven't, and you're just watching the VOD, check out Kaz in here. I probably already did this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I don't know if I forgot to or not like that. But if you're watching the VOD or the, you know, either on Twitch or on YouTube, check out Kaz. He's got some really awesome streams and plays some awesome games. Hope you have a good rest, Kaz, and wake up well rested. That's always the best part, waking up well rested. You stay past your bedtime too, Tholan? Ah, righto. Same goes for Tholan, guys. If you haven't checked out Tholan's stream, check him out. Hold on. And I'll just put that in the chat there so people can copy it down and have a go look-see. And thanks, Tholen, for coming by. Great chat. I hope you also get well rested. No worries, mate. Ooh. Yeah, I did a whole lot more down here than I meant to. Thinking I was one more floor up. Oh, I can't believe I threw it over the edge of that. Bonus. That was totally unintentional. Yeah, see, I didn't mean to knock these down because now, oops, that. Actually, I think we have, oh, almost a clear shot for the crane. Almost. Oh, it's 2 floors worth. There's no way I'm going to get that. Alright, that's okay. 2 walls worth, not 2 floors worth. Oops. But here's what I get for capitalism from the American Heritage Exchange. An economic system in which the means of production and distribution are privately or corporately owned and developed occurs through the accumulation and reinvestment of profits gained in a free market. Yep. Yep, exactly. See, nothing wrong with that. Privately or corporately owned. In other words, I'm private. If I'm a private and business owner and I've invented something and I create a business and I sell it, I'm privately or corporately owned. And development occurs through the accumulation and reinvestment of profits. To me, that's a no-brainer. If you're making profits, you reinvest it to grow your business, right? Gained in a free market. That's exactly how I understood capitalism. And a free market. And see, right now, Ergon is not giving us a free market. They are actually monopolizing the market. Or monopolizing the area. So that no other businesses can come in. Because something's going on that shouldn't be. That's preventing other businesses from coming in, which would drive the price down. Fair competition. And I'm all about fair competition. Okay. There it is. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh, yeah, you know what? That's a good one, Alan. That's a good one. People that can't manage a town or a city or its resources and end up causing everybody to be miserable and, you know, that kind of stuff, they definitely need to be get gone. But supposedly, and I'm just talking about the U.S., supposedly you can get rid of them with a vote by not voting them in next session, which basically votes them out because you vote somebody else in place of them. But yeah, a lot of corruption in politics too that prevent that fairness. Middle managers, right? Oh, we got ads coming. Council gives them jobs, and then once they are in managements, it's hard to remove them. Yeah. Well, see, that's why I like voting systems. If the voting system is working, when a politician rallies for and applies for a position, generally speaking, they've got a resume. And if they say they can do something, I expect to see that on their resume. And if they don't do something, I expect to be able to fire them. So I'm just looking at it from a boss point of view, a business owner's point of view. When you hire somebody, and we are the bosses because we, the citizens, are the bosses of our city, our county, our nation, whatever. We are the bosses, and we hire people to manage them and run them. If you don't do what your resume says, I'm sorry, you're freaking fired. Just like any boss that you have on any job you go to perform. If you don't perform to your resume or do what you say you can do, you're going to get fired. And politicians need to wake up to the fact that that's exactly what we can do to them. Granted, it's with a vote, but we can fire your ass if you don't do what you said you could do. And we'll replace you with somebody else. Oh, darn it. Oh, that was way too far. You guys have less protection from managers since the managers are only accountable to city council, right? Well, Tholen, the opposite is true. If the masses of people, for some reason, fire a politician even though they're doing a good job, that's a casualty of war because majority counts, or the majority rules. So if the majority of the uneducated population decides to fire a politician who's doing a good job, doing what the resume says, and making it easier on the people, then the people deserve to suffer. If they're so stupid that they're going to fire somebody that is driving inflation down, driving cost of living down, creating jobs, keeping you employed, making insurance cheaper. If you're going to fire somebody that's doing all that for you, and the majority of the population feels that way, unfortunately, the smart people are going to suffer along with this stupid ass. That would be a serious problem. Oh, I didn't get that one too. Oh, come on. It's a hammer. Yeah, that's true. That happens too for... There it goes. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Yeah, that's a casualty of war too, because I've seen good, hardworking people lose their jobs for no apparent reason other than people wanted somebody else. I suppose we could get rid of these right here. Funny thing is, in the line of work I did, we all had to have a special license. We don't need managers, but we have these managers who do nothing. They get paid as if they were four guys, as if there were four guys working, and they cause hell for the city. Yeah, that sucks. That does suck, Alan. Yeah, so thankfully, that's how votes are supposed to work. The majority of votes determine the outcome. However, that doesn't stop corruption. It doesn't stop... Oh, it's that time already. Is it that time already? Peanut's home. Woohoo! We are pretty close. He's home early today. Hang on a second. Just going to take a minute here to find out what's going on. Be right back. Okay. Just had to have a quick update to see what was going on. We're all good. Yeah, let me get caught up here. So, well, see, that's the thing. That's the thing about majority rules. You expect that because the majority rule, well, it has to be like that, Tholen. Just like anything, any policy, any law, any rules, if the majority of people vote for it, it's going to happen, because that preserves freedom and liberty, and that is to be able to vote on something you feel is important, and that the majority of people are voting the same way. That's self-governance. That's what self-governance is all about. Which is why we in the US are self-governed. We vote in our managers that govern for us, because, you know, 350 million people can't sit in Congress. So it's all about representation. And we vote in those who represent us based on our feelings of what should be. Even if it's bad and people suffer from it. You can't pick and choose when, you know, liberty applies and freedom applies and when it doesn't. You know what I mean? And just remember, just because somebody describes something, it's only one side. There's always more than one side. And, you know, there's also the issue of perspective. There's the issue of impact. You know, as far as population-wise, impact on population, impact on economy, stuff like that. All of that goes into the equation. Well, yeah, there's kind of two different concepts there, Tholen. If a majority wanted to prevent someone from having a trial, the only way that could even be possible would be for the majority of the population to change the law. So it's called rule of law. So even if a majority of people say, oh, we don't want somebody to go to trial for that, well, you have to change the law to make that possible. You can't just say, oh, well, majority rules and contravenes the current standing law. It doesn't work like that. So because we live in a free country in the U.S., we have a right to petition the government to change the law in order to allow that to happen. So it's two different ideas. Once there's a law in place that says if the majority rules that this person is prevented from having to face trial, then that law can be enforced with a majority rule. Without that law existing, then there's no way to enforce something that doesn't exist. Well, of course it probably wouldn't pass, but now you're talking about things outside realistic expectations. Now you're talking about things that don't happen. You know, there's practicality. I mean, obviously, everybody enjoys the innocent until proven guilty law or rule of law because people want to have a fair trial and don't want to be presumed guilty and then have to prove their innocence, even though there's a lot of that goes on. There's a lot of people that are presumed guilty and then have to prove their innocence, which is not what the law dictates. So, you know, I wouldn't see that our society would ever shift away from innocent till proven guilty. Not logically. No worries. Have a good night, Tholen. Rest well and hope you wake well rested. We're just going to bang on some sheet metal and wood and plastic and, you know, dismantle things with a heavy hammer. Ah, right, Alan, yeah. Well, you know what I found I'm an American, even though I live in Australia, Alan. And what I have found that works really well, I don't break any laws. So I don't have to worry about being pulled over and subjected to some officer's opinion. Well, no, not exactly. Depending on what state you're in, and for the most part, all 50 states, I believe, are pretty compliant with this. A police officer cannot search you without, or search your vehicle without cause, and they have to state the cause. They have to have a reasonable suspicion, which of course becomes a matter of record, which then can very likely go to court. That's the way it is in the U.S. There may be alternatives to that portrayed in Hollywood movies and shows and commercials and stuff like that. But that's not the general rule. That's maybe an exception or outdated or, yeah. Which used to be a long time ago that could happen. But you have to have probable cause. Otherwise, a police officer can be fined for a search or a seizure without probable cause, and then they can lose their badge. They can't just willy-nilly do that because that's a different type of society. I didn't need to do that. I hit the wrong button with my finger. It's on the verge of totalitarianism. I can't even say the word. And a dictatorship. That a police officer would have. That's a guerrilla nation, basically. A police officer would have the right to search and seize without any cause at all, and then end up having it be his word against the world or the public. Sadly, that actually exists in some societies around the world, not in America. Yeah. If you believe, see, the way it works, and I can't, like I say, there's 50 states in America, and every state generally will adopt federal law, but there are circumstances where state law might be slightly different than federal law. Generally speaking, if you feel like you're being treated unfairly, you can challenge the ticket. You can take it right to the court of law. And that police officer will have to show, you will have to show, and then there's a preponderance of the evidence. So if you've provided enough evidence that you've been treated unfairly, or you've been victimized, objectified, or for whatever reason, then the judge and or jury, if it's a jury thing, can make a decision based on all the evidence presented. You know, it's not as easy to get away with that kind of shenanigans anymore like it used to be a long time ago. And if they're going to media where you're at, oh my God, seriously. I think Canada needs to catch up with the times, because that's really old stuff that used to happen a long time ago in America. Hang on a second, I got a scammer to report here real quick. And then ban. And then deny. There we go. Hang on, a famous one was the girl who got arrested for driving in Georgia, the state of Georgia in the U.S., with an Ontario license plate. That's not unusual. As a matter of fact, there's no law in place that gives the police authority to arrest anybody for having an out-of-state or an out-of-country license plate. And I lived in Florida, and I see Canadians that come down from Quebec and whatever, that vacation in Florida all the time. They just drive right down. It's absolutely nonsensical, which is why it doesn't happen. So there's some details left out there. There's something missing from that story. So don't believe everything you hear in the media. And I lived in Georgia. I lived in Atlanta. I worked for Simplex Grinnell, ADT, out of Conyers. Lived in Douglasville, just outside of Atlanta, and I was doing fire and safety inspections all over the northern half of Georgia. And I've never seen an officer arrest an out-of-state license plate, ever. So she had to have been jailed for some other reason. And the media either flat out lied or sensationalized us something or left it out. Because literally there are not enough police officers in the entire state of Georgia to arrest everybody with an out-of-state or an out-of-country license plate on their car, ever. There's not enough manpower for it. Plus, nothing else would get done. No crimes would get solved. No traffic tickets would be given because the entire state of Georgia police force would be so busy arresting people for all of those out-of-state license plates. You see what I mean? There's no logic. There's no common sense in it. And I think there's a lot of details being left out, or the reason is falsely portrayed. They'd have to call in police force from other states just to deal with that one single solitary issue. It's kind of funny though. Something's missing, Alan. Something's missing because that whole idea is nonsensical and is not how the way the U.S. operates. Better clean these up before I try and do... I'm thinking I'm going to miss some rivets if I don't clear some of it away here. But just out of fun and entertainment, shoot me a link if you find it. And also, oh, boxes. Oh, I bet you I need one more metal locker. Here we go. Is this it? No, that's just a metal stand. Oh, we did the middle one. We broke down the wall into a room we hadn't been in before. Oh, thanks for that. I just want to take a look because that's laughable at best. Hilarious. Uh-oh, there's a green box down there somewhere. Oh my God, made national news, really? Hang on a second, I'm going to report this one. Just got another one you guys aren't seeing happening. So the automod is actually working quite well. So all of the bots that are coming by, of course, I'm reporting them. I'm banning them and then denying them to post into chat. So you guys don't have to be interrupted by any of that. Ah, wait a minute. I want to see that Discord, that article first before we end the stream. That sounds funny as. Hang on.
So this
It is a highway well traveled by Canadians, to say the least, as they drive through the United States. The I-75. One young Ontario woman
I'm
who was
familiar with
taking
that road
highway
way too much.
ended up in the back of a cruiser because she was Canadian.
They're taking away my car, and now I can't drive, and I don't know what to do. I'm in Georgia.
Pretty upset, understandably. That's Emily Neal, who calls her arrest last month the most horrendous incident of her life. And she's looking for an apology from the officer who charged her. Well, this is...
Wait. So far, a journalist is reporting a story based on the claims of this woman that only said she was arrested, but did not say what she was arrested for, which that information can be obtained publicly by anybody because it's a matter of record when somebody's arrested. So let's listen to the rest of the story and see if the truth is revealed.
This is a story that certainly caught our attention. Emily Neal out of the cruiser, back in Canada with family in Kleinburg, and with me this morning so we can tell you more about her story. Good to see you, Emily, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, Heather.
So let's go through what you went through. There you are back in Kleinburg, thankfully, but as I was mentioned there, your story is you were in Georgia, driving through Georgia, you got pulled over for speeding, and...
Oh, she was speeding. Well, there's a truth revealed. Let's just go press on from there. There's clue number one, truth number one.
And this is when the odyssey began. What happened when you handed over your valid Ontario license to that police officer?
She saw my license, and then she took a moment, looked down upon.
There's the second truth. Because we're talking international license plate, not just state to state license plate, right?
To that police officer.
She saw my license.
Driving without a passport. And guess what? It don't matter if you're flying in a plane, driving on or riding on a train, driving a car, sailing a boat. If you're traveling from one country to another, guess what? You gotta have a passport. No. Now, if you have an international driver's license, yes, there are exceptions. If you have an international driver's license, like between Canada and the US, then you are allowed to have that valid driver's license, okay? That's right. There you go. So those are the exceptions. However, so we're just revealing facts here. The first one, she wouldn't have been arrested if she wasn't speeding. So she's speeding to begin with. Apparently, her driver's license didn't qualify as an international driver's license, and each state and county have the authority to decide whether they want to honor another country's driver's license as a valid license to drive in that county or state. Okay, we'll wait to see if those facts are revealed. The passport can be neither here nor there. So let's see where this goes. All right. Yep.
And then she took a moment, looked down upon it, and she said, "This is not valid." And I was like, "No, my license has not been expired or anything like that." She's like, "No, this is a Canadian driver's license. I can't accept this. How do I know if you are actually Canadian?"
Well, now she's mixing her words. Are we talking about the driver's license, or are we talking about a passport? Which one? Passport doesn't matter. Whether she's got a passport or not, whether the passport is valid or not, doesn't matter. It's all about the driver's license and whether the driver's license is valid or not. and whether that state or county honors international driver's licenses. Some states do, some states don't. Some counties do, some counties don't. The U.S. is not required to accept any country around the world as having a driver's license that allows them to drive in the U.S. It's that simple. So let's see what other clues get revealed here. She's already confusing between passport and driver's license. The U.S. is federal. The state have their own laws.
Or if this is a forgery, Canadian licenses aren't accepted in the state of Georgia. And I was just flabbergasted when she...
See there? It's already known that in Georgia, Canadian driver's licenses are not accepted there, which is not a violation of anything. That's state law. That would be a valid driver's license, a CDL. I mean, no, if it was not just a standard Canadian driver's license, if you had a different, a license that has different restrictions on it or different allowances on it or whatnot. Well, I think, I think an interstate is a type of road, not who owns it. The interstate roads in Georgia are owned by the state of Georgia, which makes it a Georgia road. It's an interstate road because it's one continuous road that traverses through a state or into another state. That makes it an interstate road. That doesn't mean it belongs to the federal government at all. That belongs to the state government. It was built out of state government funds. And it could be, and sometimes is, subsidized by federal assistance funds. But it's still a Georgia road. So understanding the law plays a big part in this. So what this journalist is doing is sensationalizing a story based on piecemeal information without all of the facts, because it's the journalist's job to sell news so that she can get a paycheck and so that the news corporation or the news company can make a profit. And if they can't get people to watch and listen to it and become emotionally charged by it, they're probably not going to stay in business long. So it's the journalist's job to do that. And that's why I don't listen to mainstream media. No, individual states have the right not to accept international driver's license. There is no state in the U.S. that is required to accept any outside country's documentation of any kind, such as federal constitutions, federal laws. We don't have to accept any laws of any other country in our country as valid and legitimate. That's ridiculous. That would be absolutely ridiculous. Just because someone's from Japan comes to Japan does not mean we have to accept all of their society's laws. No, in some cases, yes, but federal and state laws coexist side by side, not one on top of each other. Sometimes one on top of each other. Superior court of the nation can overrule superior court of the state. You know, federal laws are there as guidelines. Here's something a lot of people don't understand. I'm getting way late on this. Every state in the U.S., all 50 states, have their own state constitution. Even though there's one federal constitution, the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States, there is one each of those. But every state has their own constitution in the United States. And even though there's federal law that governs generally over the U.S., every state also has their laws, some of which adopt federal law, some of which do not. That's the way it is. And that military law coming above federal law, that's neither here nor there, because military member, even if they're not court-martialed for speeding, can still get given a ticket and fined or arrested for speeding, especially if it's absolutely crazy speeds, and can still go to jail, and the military can't overrule that. So, you know, that's not true either. We don't have federal highways in the US. We have interstate highways. There is no one highway in the US that's owned by the federal government, maintained by the federal government, or we don't have federal police. We have state police. You can't have a federal highway that's not owned and maintained and operated by the federal government without having some sort of federal police enforcing laws on it. Now, this is why I'm sure this is why a lot of people jumped over this or jumped all on this, because they don't understand what they're hearing, they don't understand what they're listening to, and they don't understand U.S. laws. And that's why it was able to be sold to the Canadian public, and the news company made a profit on viewership from that. That's why you get caught with weed on you get charged. Oh my goodness, you're not seriously going with that as, that's not a serious comment, right? Number one, marijuana is either legal or not legal. It's either legal or illegal, depending on what state you're in the U.S. Number two, it doesn't matter what kind of road you're on. If you're within the state borders, you're within the state borders. The type of road you're on doesn't mean jack squat. That's right. There, in the U.S., marijuana is illegal. There are some states that have legalized it. And guess what? Oh my gosh, that means the state is now above the federal law. Oh my gosh, that's not possible. Yes, it is. There are state laws and then there are federal laws, and they don't always coincide, and they're not always the same. Otherwise, we wouldn't need state laws, because all the federal laws would cover everything. Oh my goodness. Yep, we've gone over, and I've got to set up our raid to our next channel. Let's do a quick save. Yes. Back out to the main. Oh, it's going to ask me to save again. Okay, yep, cool. Yeah, indeed. So we're almost at the top of the hour, and that's when the electric prices skyrocket to 54 cents a kilowatt hour. Right now, we are enjoying 19 cents a kilowatt, or I'm sorry. We are enjoying 14 cents a kilowatt hour. So it's going to go up by 40 cents a kilowatt hour in about 12 minutes. And that's why we only stream between 9:30 and 3:30. No, it sounds crazy. I chose that. I chose that electric plan. So I used to be on 31 cents a kilowatt hour straight through the day, like everybody else. But my electric bill was anywhere between $350 and $520 a month. A month. So anywhere between $400 and $500 a month way outside my budget. So I switched to this new scheme, this new electric scheme, and they charge 14 cents a kilowatt hour from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., which is in another 12 minutes. Then at 4 p.m. it goes up to 54 cents a kilowatt hour until 9 p.m. So that's the bulk of your evening hours. And then from 9 p.m. all the way down to 9 a.m. the next day, it's 21 cents a kilowatt hour, which is nighttime. When you're sleeping, when nothing's happening, not burning any electricity, no big deal. Since I switched to that, my electric bill has gone down to $208 a month. So from the normal $5 down to $200, I've saved well over half on my electric bill by changing to this electric scheme. Because the majority of my electric use is actually during the day while I'm streaming. That's the majority of it. So, you know, I do laundry during the day, I do dishes during the day, I stream during the day, and that's the cheapest for me. So I'm saving $300 a month on my electric by switching to a different electric plan. A little bit crazy, sounds like it, but as long as I'm saving more than I'm paying now, you know, $210, $212, $215, I'm happy with that per month. Still exorbitant. You know, it's not what a two-person household should be paying for electricity, but that's the way it is in Australia. But anyway, I digress. It sounds crazy, but it's actually very good. I'm saving tons of money. I would much rather pay $200 for my electric than $500. That's kind of a no-brainer. Yep, I'm sure that's completely fine as far as the official statement, but as long as they don't include the clause to inform Canadians subject to individual state laws in the U.S. They may say, yes, you can go anywhere in the U.S., but there still may be states that say, you know what? No, we don't agree with that, and we don't recognize a Canadian driver's license as legal in our state. They have absolute right to do that. Just like that example a minute ago, where it was shown that the state actually had a law that's usurped the federal law. Ignorant of the information. In other words, I would recommend to every Canadian, absolutely research every bit of information and gain the largest amount of understanding of laws and jurisdictions to stay compliant will keep you out of jail. I doubt it. I doubt it. If Georgia already has a law in place that says they don't recognize Canadian driver's license, no, they're not going to get their hand slapped for anything. All right, let's see who we're going to raid here. Who is on the community? Everybody's in bed. No, there's a few here. Here we go. Here we go. We could watch, it'll be either Elder Scrolls or we can do Dead by Daylight. We can do Satisfactory. We could do, oh, the Elder Scrolls already said, Shapes 2. We could do Space Station 13. We could do Ranch Simulator. And we can do Old School RuneScape. I'll leave it to you guys in chat to choose a game that you'd like to watch for about 90 more seconds. And then I'll have to choose one. So we've got Old School RuneScape, Ranch Simulator, we've got Shapes 2, the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim Special Edition, We got Enshrouded, Dead by Daylight, Satisfactory, and there you go. Shout one out in chat real quick and we'll raid them. In the meantime, here are the raiding tools. Yay, the bot worked. And of course, the Tomb Raider icons are the ones for non-subscribers. The ones that include these icons or the words Rocket Wolf 436 High and whatnot, those are made for subscribers. And about 30 seconds to shout out a game you'd like to watch. Ooh, no ads. Wow. All right, I don't see anything in chat, so we'll go ahead and start our raid on Enzania. All right then, we made it through a Monday. That's awesome. We did pretty good. Here's all of our thank yous going out for you. Thanks to everybody that came by today. Had a pretty good time in Foundry. Did a little bit of ship graveyard. We'll see if we can do a little bit more tomorrow. We'll be on schedule for Tuesday. Tomorrow is Tuesday for us. Still a Monday for most everybody. And we made it alive. That's it for me. Thanks everybody. See ya.